Oh, but where are my manners? Allow me to introduce myself first. My name is Plaka Tia, and I'm an associate professor in the Faculty of Aetherology here. To tell the truth, I'm in a bit of a bind. I'm scheduled to make a major presentation at a conference in the near future. But, as ashamed as I am to admit it, I've not been able to get enough data to properly finish my thesis. If I'm unable to prove the worth of my research, then my funding is all but certain to dry up. As you can see, the stakes are high. You have the look of an adept angler about you, am I right? If so, you could be just the person I need. This section here is one I've rented out for my work. Might I interest you in taking a look? Impressive, isn't it? I bet you've never laid eyes on such a fine fish tank before. Sadly, as you can see, it's entirely devoid of fish. Anyhow, I suppose I should tell you about my work. You see, I research water veins. Not just any old ones, mind you, but those that carry aether. Not unlike the life stream or the etheric currents in the wind. Life is naturally drawn to areas abundant in aether, why you might observe that popular fishing spots are often also aether-rich. My research focuses in particular on veins which carry especially high concentrations of aether, currents commonly known as spectral currents. Are you perchance familiar with the phenomenon? Yep. I've seen one before. While ocean fishing. Oh, I'd expect nothing less from a veteran gleaner. I must say, it's always nice to meet someone familiar with the subject of my life's work. In any event, the most important point to remember is just how important aether currents are for aquatic life. To look at it the other way, it is possible to identify how strong the local aether currents are by studying the fish and other aquatic life in any given area. That's where we come full circle. I require specimens of fish from various bodies of water to confirm my hypothesis regarding underwater aether currents. And that's the rub. The areas most worth researching also happen to be the hardest to reach. Of course, I would not be averse to risking the journey myself, if only it were not for my condition. Ah yes, I suppose I should explain. Put simply, I've long suffered from a particularly nasty case of aether sickness. Why, I can't even use the Aethernet, or any sort of teleportation magics. Quite annoying when your work partially depends on such things, to say the least. I know. An aetherologist who can't stomach aether. I wouldn't believe it, were I not living this nightmare myself. Perhaps you are skeptical. I have an idea. Follow me to the Aetherite Plaza and I'll show you just how bad I've got it. I am forced to run an ad because it's going to start in a minute anyways, so we'll do it before the cutscene happens. I'll just wait right here, or I'll wait for the next part. I'll be right back. Oh wait, I have a lot of these already. Oops. We're just walking there because we're delaying time because of Twitch's ad system. I haven't really fished much in Endwalker because I didn't have the inventory space to do it, but now that I've cleaned out my inventory, it'd be fine to start fishing again. And we should be back, so let's start this. Ah, there you are. Alright, watch closely now. Blah. Oh, he's actually feeling over. You see, I'm feeling so queasy. It's all I can do to hold down the contents of my stomach. The whole world, it is spinning. Someone make it stop. What is this? Forgive me. I'm guessing he just threw up. Well, there you have it. My condition has manifested itself all over the ground for you. I say, Palaka, are you quite alright? Professor Nell, I see your condition's as bad as ever. One would think you'd avoid a place like this. And you, are you perchance assisting Talaka with his research? The boy may suffer from terrible aether sickness, but as a scholar, he has as much potential as anyone I've seen. You develop an eye for these things when you've been in academia for as long as I have. But I must be on my way. I very much look forward to reading your finished thesis, Talaka. Did I mention that I don't handle pressure particularly well? I've barely written the introduction to my paper, and Professor Nell is already selling it up to his peers. How can I possibly live up to his expectations? Incidentally, Professor Nell is one of the leading authorities in the world of aetherology. Some would say he's the equal of Master Matoya, and for some reason, he seems to have taken a liking to me. He's the one who pushed for the school to allow me to form my own research team. As the first and trial phase of a program to support young scholars. Otherwise, a humble associate professor such as myself would never be able to conduct such an ambitious project. And yet, I run the risk of losing everything if I don't turn my potential into actual results at the upcoming conference. Not only would my own research team be disbanded, but there's a high likelihood that Professor Nell's program would be terminated, meaning that no other young scholar would ever again receive the opportunity I did. The very future of the studium is at stake. Part of me wishes I could just drink my worries away. Sadly, I handle alcohol about as well as I handle aether. I may not be good at dealing with aether or pressure, but one thing is certain. For Professor Nell's sake, I must not fail. I cannot. And so I beg of you, pray help me. There is no one else to whom I can turn. Leave it to me. Thank you. Oh, thank you. You're a shining beacon of hope for all young scholars here in Charlayan. Now let us head back to the Searcher's Meet so we can get to the task. I shall meet you back at my office. I'm so excited to fish. Ah, Fox, I was just compiling a list of fish that I'll be needing for my research. Let me know when you're ready to get fishing. I'll fill you in on exactly what I would ask you to do. We'll just go one at a time so you can focus on the storyline of each one. Alright then, shall we get started? To review, I require samples of aquatic life from various bodies of water. that I might analyze them and ascertain the current state of the respective region's underwater aether currents. Before I send you off to far-flung locales, I'd like to gather data from somewhere nearby. Collecting samples from a stable, controlled environment like Labyrinthos could give me a good basis with which to compare any future findings. To that end, I'd like to ask you to catch me some giant aether lice, and a fair share of them, to ensure a representative sample size. According to my preliminary research, they swim in abundance near the Phreatic conduit, and have a noted fondness for gold salmon roe. Okay. Let's help him with his thesis. Okay, so I'm gonna need 6 giant aether louses. Where the heck do I find these? Okay, it's at Labyrinthos, 18 by 5. It's like right here at the entranceway. I already have gold salmon roe equipped. I don't know the bite times of this fish, so I guess we'll find out. Probably easy though, because these are all studium quests. Which means you should be able to do it without any gear. Oh, so it's at the waterfall? I need to equip Collector's Glove. That is a long bite time. I do not need this fish. So we're gonna slap it. Sure, this is not it, because aether lice would be a small bite. Alright. So many new fish. I guess I'm just gonna look for it and then try to identical cast it. That was about 13 seconds. I'm assuming this is it. Oh, it's not. What the heck? Should I just look up the bite times? I see my friends have made a guide on this fish. Ten-second bite. Hmm. Okay, that's an 8-second or 18-second one exclamation point. Okay, that is it. We're gonna identical cast this as many times as we can. We could actually just wait for our GP to regen. Oh, that's not good. At least it keeps the identical cast. The bites between 12 and 18. Okay, I know what I'm looking for now. So this is not going to be it. I probably shouldn't even reel this up, because it's going to take too long if I keep doing this. So because we need 6, I need to do this 2 more times. Okay, that was about 11 seconds. Ah. Get lucky. We're gonna slap this. We're only gonna pull up the one exclamation point. I forgot there's other 1-stars. Not 1-stars, but small bites. Oh, whoops. I didn't mean to pull that up. This is probably not it, but we're just gonna get it out of the catch pool. Nice. Have you had any luck catching those lice? If not, I suggest heading to the phreatic conduit with some gold salmon roe in your tackle box. That is what you fishers call it, yes? Now this is a remarkable catch. Impressive specimens like these will give me even more quality data. I can't thank you enough. Thanks to your efforts, I've been able to compile a full set of reference data. Now we can finally get started on spots further afield. But before that, I haven't yet explained my research to you in detail, have I? Simply put, there's a certain hypothesis I want to prove. In my studies over the years, I have come to believe that much like the tide ebbs and flows with the phases of the moon, so too do the underwater aether currents that cover our entire planet. When the concentration of aether in any given current changes, aquatic life in the area grows more or less abundant, which ultimately affects the currents of the ocean itself. My hope is that, if I can prove this and accurately predict these changes, we might theoretically identify the best times for fishing, and even know when it's safest to navigate the seas. Needless to say, it would be a major breakthrough, and I'm one step closer to realizing it all, thanks to you. Ah, Talaka. It looks like your research is progressing well. Professor Nell, I heard that your friend here has started gathering samples for you, so I brought a few choice tomes with me that might serve to point you in the right direction. As always, you are too kind, Professor. I can't thank you enough. Don't mention it. The time comes that your research bears fruit, that will be all the thanks I need. Your mind for developing compelling hypotheses has always impressed me. You lacked only for a skilled gleaner to help you overcome the limits of your affliction. I will be watching this new partnership of yours with great interest. Phew. Why, that actually wasn't so bad. Just having you around has already taken a huge weight off of my shoulders. Up until now, Professor Nell's confidence in me only made me feel pressure to deliver something that I wasn't even sure I was capable of. But now, I've finally started to make some tangible progress, and it's all because of you. For the first time, I feel like I may have a bright future in academia after all. Yes, I have a feeling everything is going to go swimmingly, no pun intended, as long as you're by my side. 30 high cordials? That's great. I'm a dependable fisher. Oh, hello again. What is that in the tank? Did you notice the fish tank, by the way? I went ahead and put one of my research specimens in it. Quite the looker, wouldn't you say? I tell you, so many things have fallen into place ever since you showed up. I'm having the time of my life analyzing all this data. I mean to continue my analysis of aether lice, of course, but I will task another gleaner with such mundane tasks. Instead, I'd like to make full use of your skills by having you visit an area I've long been fascinated with. I speak of the ocean surrounding Thavnair. I have reason to believe there was a significant change in the aether currents in those waters that occurred around the time of the calamity. Professor Nell shared with me some data from 20 years prior, and I would compare it with current data to ascertain if I am correct. The waters around Thavnair, you see, have long been one of the focal points of Professor Nell's research. I wish to study them more to honor his work, while also using it as a starting point for my own. Before you go, however, a word of warning. Ever since the calamity, the region is notorious for shipwrecks. I realize that you are a seasoned professional, but I fully understand if you do not wish to take on the risk. Consider it done. Oh, thank you. I knew I could count on you. Anyhow, I'd like you to fish the same species that Professor Nell studied 20 years ago, to wit, the Garjana wrasse. According to the books the professor gave me, they live near the Great Runoff and are known to enjoy nibbling on shrimp balls. And that should do it. Be safe out there, yes? Okay. We're gonna run an ad while I figure out where this fishing hole is, because otherwise Twitch is gonna make me do it anyways in 6 minutes. So we'll just do it now. Where the heck would this be? I see. It's literally at the Aetherite Plaza. Let's teleport there and wait for this ad to finish. Wait, how many do I need? Six. I need 6. So we'll just wait for this ad. How would you even know this is the Great Runoff? It literally doesn't say. Oh, so that's the name of the fishing hole. Okay, that ad is finished, so let's start and figure out what the bite times are. I feel like this could either be a 1 or 2 tug. This is a 10-second bite. Oh, it is called the Great Runoff. Second, 1 bite. Probably the same thing as we got earlier. There's only 4 types of fish in here. The longer bite. 16 seconds. Still soul? Small bite. This one's longer. 2 tug. Okay, that's what we're looking for. So we know we need to find a medium tug. That one was around 8 seconds. We can ignore the small tugs now. I can slap one out of the water, or I could just gamble for the second tug. I think it's better to slap something. Assuming we don't just catch another one right here. Oh! Second medium tug. Nice. So we know it can spawn within a 16 to 18 window. Oh, did we just get lucky again? Oh, I guess I spoke too soon. That's probably it, though. We're gonna grab this and slap it. You know we're looking for a 2-hug medium bite. It seems easier than the Aether Lice. There's only 4 fish in this hole. Back to studium. Wait, I'm out of script space. Dear me, what an impressive specimen. This should allow me to collect data as complete as Professor Nell's from 2 decades ago. Can't wait to compare my findings. Well, I dare say, I've more than enough samples now. Pray wait for just a moment. I'm going to ask Professor Nell to take a look. Not every day you ask after me, Talaka. I trust this means that your research is coming along well. Better than I could have ever imagined. As a matter of fact, I was hoping to hear your thoughts on my latest findings. Comparing my data with yours from 20 years ago, I can say with confidence that the concentration of Aether in the area did indeed show an increase around the time of the calamity. From these numbers, I would posit that smaller fish species in the area have increased in abundance several-fold. The Garjana wrasse, in particular, is known for protecting itself from predators by creating disturbances in the surrounding Aether. Population increase of such scale would undoubtedly result in a dramatic impact on its habitat. Which would go a long way to explain the countless shipwrecks. The sheer number of these fish would surely play havoc with ships' Aether compasses. Outstanding work, Talaka. Of course, more data will be needed to prove your assertions as fact. If it hold true, however, this could be a discovery of no small import. Come to think of it, I remember you showing considerable interest in my research into the seas around Thavnair. What exactly was it that drew you to my work? Oh, it's just, well, I've always found the figure somewhat unnatural. Call it a hunch, but I couldn't help but feel like it warranted further research. Ah, now that's the true spirit of a scholar. Even the most epoch-making of discoveries often started from observation of a simple irregularity or curiosity. With that intuition and power of observation, you're going to go places, Talaka. I knew my faith in you was not misplaced. I am? You flatter me, Professor. Haha. Take care not to let it go to your head. Your potential will only be stifled if you allow yourself to be content with minor progress and faint praise. Of course, Professor. I will redouble my efforts and work harder than ever to deliver results. And on that note, I'd best get to work summarizing my findings for inclusions in my thesis. If I'm able to identify an explicit correlation amongst the post-calamity change in aether concentration, the explosion of the fish population, and the increase in shipwrecks, it will go a long way toward proving my theory correct. Of course, I'll be needing more fish specimens before that can happen. Fair warning, I might have to send you to even more hazardous locales. And yet, I'm sure you're up to the challenge, yes? Splendid. I swear this is the most invigorated I've ever felt about my research. Now where to start? Oh my gosh, I'm gonna have so many high cordials. A formidable fisher. Ah, hello again. I truly can't thank you enough. The samples you've provided me with have allowed me to make incredible progress in my work. As it happens, I actually just decided on the next specimen I'd like to ask you to procure. You see, I've essentially completed my analysis of the currents surrounding Thavnair. I must say, it's been most enlightening. Next, I would ask you to travel to a place where we have no pre-existing data, to wit. I mean to research the currents in Garlemald. We've been unable to even set foot in the region until now, which means that gathering data there could truly lead to a truly revolutionary discovery. After all, we still have no idea how the underwater aether currents there are connected with those in other regions. Alas, lacking data from years past, it won't be such a simple task to identify the changes that have occurred over the decades. I do, however, have an idea how we might get around that. The answer, my friend, is shellfish. Studying the growth lines within their shells should allow me to draw some conclusions about how their habitat has changed over time. After carefully perusing Professor Nell's tomes, I've come to the conclusion that Garlean clams would be particularly suitable as a research specimen. Do you think you'd be up to the task of catching some for me? Clams, you say? Leave it to me. Wonderful. I'm quite confident that quality data from Garlemald is what will allow my thesis to truly begin to take shape. Ah yes, I also read that clams exist in abundance in the area around Camp Broken Glass, that leeches are particularly effective in luring them up from the water's bottom. Pray forgive me for asking you to travel to such a perilous location. Please do whatever you must to stay safe. Okay. How many do we need? 6. Let's spend some scripts while we're here. Oh, I really don't have any of these, huh? We have 19 minutes, so before the next ad is forced to play, so let's try and figure this out. So it's by Camp Broken Glass, right? Oh, I see. Wait, I thought he said leeches. Well, because it's a clam, I'm assuming it's a small bite. I wonder... I kind of doubt I'm going to need snagging for this. We need 6 of them. Let's try leeches, because that's what he said. That is a incredibly long bite time, and that's a... I couldn't even pull it up. That was a really quick bite. That was like 9? 8 or 9? So this one bit at 13. Need 4 more. I don't know what its end bite time is, but I'm assuming by this point it's way too late. So we're biting this to slap it. So we're going up to 14 seconds, otherwise we're reeling in. Hey, Riley. Oh. This is a longer bite. So it's gonna be 8 to 15 seconds. Small bite. I did. Hopefully you did as well. That's good. Oh, are we already done with this one? Twitch is forcing me to play an ad in 15 minutes, so we'll at least do this next set of dialogue and then I'll play an ad. So we could start the next part of it. I think that's the play here. Because I don't know how long these dialogue cutscenes actually are. Because I'm reading everything out loud, although I'm not making any unique voices for each of the characters because I'd get really confused. Any luck finding those clams? As I mentioned, you should be able to find them in abundance right around Camp Broken Glass. And don't forget to bring a healthy supply of leeches. Leeches! I've heard that Garlemald continues to be a most volatile and perilous place. I admire your courage, friend. Even were it not for my aether sickness, I doubt I could work up the nerve to go there myself. You've done it, and what a remarkable sample it is. My colleagues will be burning with envy when they hear I've obtained a specimen from Garlemald. How can I even begin to express my gratitude? Oh, you might be wondering who this is. My research has been progressing so well of late that I've brought in a few of my students to serve as assistants and help me analyze all this data. We don't even get a name. At any rate, I cannot thank you enough for braving such hostile environs for the sake of my life's work. No one in my field has had the chance to obtain substantial data from Garlemald until now. It would be no understatement to say your contribution is historic. Needless to say, this puts even more pressure on me to deliver with my thesis. Oh dear, my stomach's starting to feel queasy just thinking about it. Ah, Tlaka! Would you believe you're the talk of the studium? Even the senior faculty can scarcely wait to hear what you are able to glean about the aether currents of Garlemald. Professor, yes, it's all thanks to Fox here. Without his aid, I never could have procured this most invaluable specimen. Indeed. Truly, I have not seen a partnership between scholar and gleaner bear such fruit so swiftly in a very long time. Oh, that's right. Speaking of gleaning, I meant to tell you about everything I'd learned from the clams you bought. I'm pleased to report that analyzing Garlean clams appears to have been the right call. Examining their growth lines, I was able to find specimens as old as 97 years, giving me almost a full century of data to analyze. By far, the most interesting I've noticed so far is the reverse correlation between the aether levels near Thavnair and those in Garlemald. That is to say, over periods of time, when the aether concentration was high near Thavnair, it was low in Garlemald. The reverse was also true. I see. That bit of evidence would seem to corroborate your hypothesis that the planet's aether currents move in tandem with each other. Should you manage to collect data from more regions still, I suspect you may very well be able to accurately predict changes in the fish population across the world. This could have remarkable implications for the future of the fishing trade. I was thinking the very same, Professor. Nothing would give me greater joy than if my research were to bring about a tangible improvement in people's lives. Before meeting you, I never dreamed I would make it this far, but now I feel more confident than ever that I will be able to prove my hypothesis one day. Why, I can almost see my completed thesis in my mind's eye, but I can't afford to get too complacent just yet. The most important work remains to be done. Why are we getting this music? I am pleased to see that all is progressing well, and yet do not be surprised if there comes a time when Talaka's resolve as a researcher is tested. A time when he is forced to consider what it is that truly drives him to engage in his work. For such times comes to all scholars, no matter how naturally gifted they may be. Should Talaka find himself at an impasse, can I trust you to lend him your support when it is needed most? It would mean the world to him, and to me. Yeah, I'm gonna go reset my retainers while this ad plays. I'm a seasoned fisher now, though. I'm seasoned. I'll be right back while this plays. I'll just literally walk over to this aetherite because I need to stall out this ad. Yeah, I really like the specialty quest turn-ins. That guy looks like Mickey Mouse. It's actually perfect timing. The ad ends in 15 seconds. Okay, the ad's over. Where were we? Thanks to your most selfless contributions, I draw closer and closer to proving my hypothesis correct. Other gleaners have also been helping me by continuing to find specimens for me in calmer waters. But I would gather data from further and further afield, which is, of course, where you come in. Professor! Oh, now she has a name. Aubrey, it's not like you to get so excited. Whatever is the matter? Ah, but I haven't introduced you to yet, have I? This is Aubrey, one of my new research assistants. She's been a great help in analyzing all the data we've collected. I appreciate the vote of confidence, but this is no time for pleasantries. A whale has somehow wandered its way into Scholar's Harbor. The Harbor Master has requested that you come and assess the situation with all haste. Oh dear, I suppose we'd best be in a hurry then. A whale? My apologies, but it seems our work will have to wait until later. In the meanwhile, would you accompany me to the harbor? Your insight into the situation could prove most valuable. I guess we just gotta go fish the whale. To be honest, some of the ARR fish were like as big as the boats in Limsa Lominsa. Like literally like you'd catch a fish and then the cutscene would be like a fish as big as the entire boat. Yeah, the Nepto dragon, that fish is humongous. That is a huge ass whale. What are you doing here? That's a breed that calls the northern seas home. It's not especially rare to see them off the coast, but I've never heard of one coming so close to land as this. It's most strange. It doesn't appear to be wounded, nor have there been any notable storms of late. Whatever might have caused it to veer so far off its normal course. What indeed? At any rate, we need to move it to one of our facilities and ensure it's kept safe while we tend to its wounds and study it more. I suppose we should check its aether levels as well. Ready a team for me, Aubrey. Of course, Professor. This may be quite the undertaking. My apologies, but our project will have to wait a while longer. Let us reconvene back at Searcher's Meet and discuss the matter further. Oh, hello there. I'm so very sorry for keeping you waiting. We just finished tending to the creature's ailments and doing some preliminary analysis. As we suspected, the whale hadn't sustained any major injuries. However, it does seem to be suffering from severe aether sickness, and is highly disorientated as a result. Needless to say, I can sympathize. The creature's aether levels were also cause for concern. which would explain why it wound up somewhere so far from its usual habitat. That said, we're still none the wiser as to what caused all of this. How goes it, Talaka? Oh, and Fox. What a pleasant surprise. I've heard all about your predicament with the wayward whale. Master is a kitty. Master Kitty, to what do I owe the pleasure? I was simply hoping to pick your brains about something that I imagine is related to your line of work. Around the same time your larger-than-life friend wandered into the harbor, a veritable legion of fish washed ashore in Yedlamad, near the experimental aetherite. That sounds too similar to be mere coincidence. Curious behavior by aquatic life has been known to portend natural disasters. Yes, this strikes me as very much related to my studies. That said, nothing I've gleaned thus far suggested that aether currents can change so drastically as to inflict nearby creatures with aether sickness. All I've observed suggests that the currents of the planet follow a simple and regular rhythm, not unlike the tides. Indeed, the entirety of my research up until now has been focused on proving this point. There has been a sudden disturbance in the underwater aether currents, and it will take some time to determine the cause. I also need to attend to the whale. Oh, when will I have time to return to my thesis? As for the whale, the studium has already announced that it will be dispatching a vessel to research the aether currents in the seas near Charlayan. It won't benefit any of us if such incidents continue to occur, after all. If we wish to investigate the link between the two events, as Master Kitty suggested, then perhaps we should pay visit to Thavnair. An astute suggestion. You could recruit the help of one of our colleagues over there, or, wait a minute, I believe you have the perfect man for the job right here. Sure, I'll go to Thavnair. Why not? As generous and dependable as ever. Yes, I knew you'd be up to the task. I would accompany Fox. You would? When was the last time you even ventured outside the studium's grounds? That's not important. Fox has risked life and limb to help me with my research. I can't just keep leaving all the hard work to him. But Professor, going to Thavnair means you would have to travel via the aetherite. Or by ship. Not that you'd handle that any better. You don't have to tell me that. Still, time is of the essence. Besides, I'll never be truly respected as a researcher if I don't go out and get my hands dirty from time to time. I've let my fears rule me for far too long. Today is the day I conquer them. Well, it's clear you're not going to change your mind. At least try not to cause Fox too much trouble. Now that you mention it, I hadn't consulted you on the matter. Fox, do you mind if I join you this time? Fantastic. In that case, I shall see you in Yedlamad. I am also rooting for the cat boy. This is so different from the Crystarium deliveries where it just sounds like there's a plague happening or you have to fix something life-altering. It's for science. Oh, he's done for it. Fox, is that you? Ah, you know this fellow? The poor man was so ill, I thought he might die. I'd not have believed anyone could suffer from such severe aether sickness if I hadn't seen it myself. Be glad you weren't here to see me immediately after I arrived. It was even less pretty a sight than what you have witnessed at the Aetherite Plaza back in Charlayan. And don't even get me started on the most ghastly visions I saw. Countless replicas of myself, dancing and singing and spinning, spinning, spinning. Oh, the spinning! Please make it stop. Oh, you just threw up again. I'd suggest you lie down for a while still, friend. It wasn't so long ago that you were convulsing on the ground, spitting up some ghastly bile. You are right, my friend. My apologies for making you worry so. I'm truly sorry about this, Fox. Might you be so kind to ask around while I rest here a bit more? Now that you mention it, there was one thing out of the ordinary earlier the day before the fish appeared. The river that runs here from the shroud of the Samga was swelling like mad. Seawater flowed back into the river, and some say they saw it carrying fish deep, deep into the woods. What the heck? Like, it was just... That sounds gross. I've never seen anything like it. Entire schools of fish suddenly washing up ashore. There were so many you couldn't see a single grain of sand. Our fishers have their hands full trying to clean up the mess even as we speak. Troublingly, we have no idea what caused it. It's not as if anything ominous occurred to portend such an event. Why, the night before was as peaceful as always, the full moon shining bright in the night sky. Gah, you think this is a lot of fish? You should have been here earlier. This is a massive improvement, believe you me. No time to rest though. If they start rotting, the stench alone will be enough to make our whole town ill. That is a lot of dead fish. What's especially bizarre is that these fish normally stay away from land altogether, save for when they go up rivers to lay their eggs, that is. Anyhow, I've never seen or smelled anything like it in my entire life. I hope I never do again. That guy's name is OMG OMG and his FC is OMG. My apologies for making you go alone, friend. I still can't quite stand up straight, but I feel much better than when I arrived. Tell me, were you able to learn anything of interest from the townspeople? A full moon the night before, and a strong tide flowing up into the river? It would seem this is what we call a tidal bore. The fact that these fish are typically not seen near the coast is strangely reminiscent of our whale problem as well. No, this cannot be mere coincidence. The matter of these fish that were supposedly carried upstream into the woods intrigues me as well. Assuming they're still alive, they would provide much more useful data than those rotting corpses on the beach. If we were to analyze them and find them in a similar etheric state as the whale and Charlayan, we could safely conclude that both events were caused by the same, or at least a similar phenomenon. I'm terribly sorry to impose upon you again, but could you go catch those fish for me? They might very well be the key to solving this mystery. From the fisherman's description, swimming upstream, you said? I suspect we're looking for Alnarian salmon. If so, those leeches you used on the clams in Garlemald could serve you well again here. So... gonna be in this area. Time to experiment, because I'm literally only looking at where the initial location is. I don't know anything about the bite times. Wait, how many do I need? I literally do not know how many I need. It doesn't say. I just need one. Wait, that means that this could be a really rare. Oh wait, it says in the upper right. This is a long bite. Okay, well, I guess that was really hard. I loathe to impose, but you must go into the woods and catch those fish for me. I didn't come all this way just to get myself sick. I must solve this mystery. Oh, thank the gods. And thank you, my friend. I would have hated to go home with nothing, but the memory of my worst bout of aether sickness ever. I'm happy to report that I also made some progress myself. I had a word with the alchemist who helped me, and it turns out they have a keen interest in aether as well. We had an exchange of views that was most stimulating. I may not have been able to do much while here, but I'm glad I made the effort to leave the studium for once. Now it's time we returned, so I can make use of this new knowledge, and analyze the samples you so kindly reeled for me. Alas, while we may not need to use that god's awful experimental aetherite to travel back, an aetherite is still an aetherite. Heavens have mercy. Okay, there's 20 minutes to the next ad. I'm pretty sure I can go through this cutscene and the next cutscene. Good to see you return. Needless to say, the trip was a rough one for me. Thankfully, it wasn't nearly as uncomfortable as that dreadful experimental aetherite. I've just about finished analyzing the fish you caught in Thavnair. As expected, their aether levels are almost identical to those of the wayward whale. Do you believe that a sudden change in the concentration of aether in the nearby currents caused them to completely alter their behavior? Precisely. That said, the change was of such magnitude that I would struggle to explain it with my initial hypothesis of etheric tides. On the contrary, such sudden changes are possible, and I may have to reconsider my premise altogether. Moreover, we can't safely return the whale to the sea until we know precisely what is at the root of this problem. Might tidal bore hold the answer? Question. Yes, I do remember considering that when you shared the people's tales with me. If we posit that the underwater aether currents are affected by the moon, much as the tide itself is, then any sudden change in the moon's state would naturally affect underwater aether levels as well. Recent changes in the moon? By the scholar, that's it. The destruction of Zodiark would have freed an unfathomable amount of aether from within the moon. It would be only logical if this had an impact on the underwater aether currents. If this is the explanation, my initial theory may yet be viable, with this recent outpouring of aether being the exception that proves the rule. We will need to watch closely for any similar incidents in the near future. Ah, Talaka. Word has it that you braved the journey by Aetherite to do some fieldwork in Thavnair. Do you find aught of interest there? I see. A word of advice, if I may. Any researcher worth his salt must be prepared to rethink and reevaluate their theories when presented with new evidence. Have you given any thought to how you might adapt yours? My initial theory was, to a degree, predicated on the existence of Zodiark. Now that he is no more, I'm not entirely sure how we might... Unless we could... Yes, that's it! We could examine a species altogether more ancient, from a time when the heavens were free of Zodiark, and other entities of high etheric concentration. Professor, please, this is no time for idle jests. I'm being perfectly serious. Why, I have complete confidence that Fox here will be able to find what we require. I do not doubt his skills, but even the best of gleaners would struggle to find specimens of species that doubtless died out ages ago. Oh, we're going to Elpis! Oh, ye of little faith. Our friend is more than up to the task, isn't that so, Fox? Now that's the spirit, Talaka. A good scholar must consider every possible option, even those that might seem impossible. Keep pondering the matter, and I have no doubt you will arrive at an answer ere long. I guess I could also send this to Ultima Thule, but I would think it would be Elpis. The time not touched for Zodiark. Oh, hello there. I've been racking my brains trying to come up with new ideas. Alas, nothing has come to me thus far. No matter how much I ponder, I keep coming back to the same thought. I have to get my hands on some specimens from a time before Zodiark came to be. I simply cannot accept that all the work we have put, into confirming my theory might amount to naught in the end. You know what? Give me any idea you've got, no matter how outlandish it may seem. Please, Fox, I'm in dire need of some inspiration. So all you need is an ancient fish, right? Oh, but you... Wait, do you truly mean it? As a scholar, I would love to probe deeper into the details of exactly how you mean to do this, but this is hardly the time for idle chatter. If you can indeed procure this sample for me, I beg of you, please do it. Why, this could very well be the solution to what I thought an insurmountable problem. Ideally, I would examine an ancient specimen that shares some common traits with creatures that still exist today. Reading through Professor Nell's tomes, I remember thinking that a species called the Smaragdos would be perfect. I know not where you mean to find them, but I wish you safety and good fortune in your journey, Fox. A Sky Spoon Lure. I do not have Sky Spoon Lures, so I'm gonna go buy them off the market board right now. fishing. That's crazy. Oh, these are expensive. Whatever, I just do not care. That should definitely be enough, because lures usually last a while. So, Leth is... this lake. Second. Oh. Well, that was easy. We need 6 of these. So it seems to always bite at 12 with this lure. But we need more samples to really figure that out or not. I haven't really explored any of the Endwalker fishing hills, so I'm just gonna catch whatever. Oh. That one bit at 16. So 12 to 16 window. So there's 2 other fish in this pond. $18 seconds. The next ad is actually coming up, so we're going to take an ad break before I start this cutscene. I'll be right back. I'll just walk there, because I'm sure by the time I walk over there, the ad will be over. Yes, I was suffering a lot of minion hunting. I did 200-something runs of the ITScope in the last 3 or 4 days for the tiny troll. It took 20 to 30 minutes each run. Okay, the ad's over. Let's talk. Someday, when I'm done with my thesis, you will have to tell me all about how you seemingly can do the impossible. I mean, why wouldn't we be able to capture extinct fish? Are my eyes to be believed? An actual Smaragdos? And it's even more impressive than anything I saw in my books. I know not how you accomplished this, Fox, but you have my eternal gratitude. Ah, Fox, I've just finished my preliminary analysis of the Smaragdos, and needless to say, it has proved truly fascinating. Incidentally, I recently overheard some of the senior members of the faculty discussing the days before the world was sundered. This led to me wondering just how far back you traveled. I have long heard rumors of a collective of goblin scientists who are attempting to traverse the fabric of time itself. To be honest, I always thought it is a mere jest. But is it possible you use such a method to journey into the past yourself? But I will not ask you to reveal your secrets. Not now. You have provided me with exactly what I need to break this impasse in my research, and I must seize the opportunity. At any rate, examining the relative states of the Smaragdo scales, it appears quite evident that the levels of Aether in the underwater currents fluctuated regularly, even in those pre-Zodiarch days. That said, the shifts in concentration appear much gentler compared to the present day. I suspect that the inflated Aether levels of the moon caused by the presence of Zodiarch are the key to explaining this change. Put simply, these recent incidents have a manifestation of Aether levels, returning to how they once were so very long ago. Frankly, I should be elated. This effectively proves my hypothesis correct. However, something does not sit right with me. Hello, Apollo. I feel like I must do more than just identify what is happening. How can I sit around here in my office poring over specimens and tomes, while these poor sea creatures are suffering? The next whale might very well come ashore to its doom like the fish in Thavnair. Oh, thank you for coming, Professor Nell. I am most pleased to say that with Fox's help, I believe I'll finally be able to finish my thesis. Is this to say you truly were able to obtain a specimen from ancient times? Impressive. Yes, most impressive indeed. Truth be told, the senior faculty of the studium have been aware of this form of travel for some time now. Sadly, as much as I argued your case, I was strictly forbidden from granting you access to it. Fortunate you are to have Fox at your side. With your diligence and aptitude and his unparalleled gleaning skills, I am expecting greater and greater things from your thesis. I knew it. So if I'm promoted to full professorship, I might gain access to that knowledge as well? Then I must work even harder towards that goal. And yet, at the same time, I find myself with a dilemma. Is it not selfish of me to focus entirely on my own research at a time like this? Is it not my duty as a scholar to help in a more concrete manner? Very astute questions, those, and questions for which you must find your own answer. Of course, none would object if you were to publish your findings. You've done more than enough to support up-and-coming researchers at the studium, and your work will doubtless prove a fine starting point for any who wish to explore the subject further. There are plenty of academics who are driven wholly by their own curiosity, who devote their entire lives to their studies and research for its own sake. However, there's also demand for another type of researcher, one who uses their findings to seek out tangible solutions to the problems of our world. Your research has brought you face to face with innocent creatures in peril, and united you with a brave companion who has traveled to the edge of the world, and beyond, for you. It is a little surprised that you might find new motivation from their presence. Yet, at the end of the day, it is your choice to make. You must decide what inspires you most as a scholar. That is all I can say. As always, Professor Nell has given me much to ponder. Up until now, I'd simply enjoyed solving the mysteries of the world through my research. Only now I've begun to realize there may be more to it than that. Forgive me, but I would like to consider the matter further. Might I be able to count on your aid again once my mind is made up? I swear, I feel there are no limits to what I might achieve as long as you're by my side. He's buttering me up. He's buttering me up. I just like fishing. We're now a fantastic fisher. Ah, Fox. Always a pleasure to see you. I fear I haven't quite made up my mind regarding the issue we discussed last time. Please don't be overly concerned. I fully intend to finish writing my thesis for the upcoming conference. At the same time, I can't stop thinking about what Professor Nell said. In fact, I was just thinking I'd head to Tranquility to be alone with my thoughts for a while. Would you mind joining me a bit later? An exchange of ideas might do me well. That's where we dozed off, right? Dude, isn't it cold out here? It's snowing. Thank you for coming. You recall how Professor Nell encouraged me to consider what path would most inspire me? I was thinking it over, and it occurred to me, had I not met you, I doubtless would have continued to use my aether sickness as an excuse. Stay cooped up in the studium forever. Likely, I would have succumbed to the weight of expectation and given up on my research entirely. Thanks to you, however, I was able to obtain the data I had so long sought, and now my thesis is nearly complete. For that, you have my eternal thanks. And yet, I'm now struck with the profound feeling that I must do more. I must seek even greater heights. I suspect my colleagues would laugh me out of the room if they heard this, but I have a mind to obtain data from the moon itself. I can only get my hands on that, I'm confident that I could find a way to stabilize the aether currents, and in doing so, save the poor creatures of the sea from their suffering. Yes, this is no time to rest on my laurels. There's so much more that must be done. Of course, I'll hardly be able to accomplish this on my own. What do you say? Will you lend me your help one last time? I can hardly turn you down now, can I? Oh, thank you. I promise that this will be the last request I make of you. As for precisely what I would have you procure, this is where it gets a bit complicated. Normally I would reference the tomes of Numenon, but as one might expect, none of them can cover the ecosystems of the moon. Perhaps you might seek advice with those who reside in Mare Lamentorum? If anyone could tell you what's worth catching, I suppose it would be them. In the meanwhile, I shall focus on writing my thesis. I cannot wait to see what sort of exotic specimen you find for me this time. Perhaps one of the knowledgeable loporets of Bestway Burrows could point you in the right direction. Which one is it sending me to? I see, it's the knowledgeable Loperet. Well, hello there, Fox. Whatever brings you here today? You don't say. That strikes me as a rather curious thing to be researching, but to each their own, I suppose. At any rate, I do believe the most representative specimen of the aquatic ecosystem here is the fish we call the lunar lamenter. They're quite plentiful in the waters of Vallis Vulnerus. They're known to have a fondness for grey worms, which we suspect is one reason they taste so atrocious. Believe me, you won't find any of our chefs complaining if you take home your fair share. That said, it's most surprising to hear that the destruction of Zodiark has impacted your world so. Do be careful down there, yes? I don't think I have any grey worms, in fact. I'm going to the market board. I bet these are going to be, like, ultra expensive. Oh, they're really cheap. That's crazy. Wait, they sell at shops. Whatever, I just don't care. Where the heck is this fish? It's at the south part of the moon. Okay, let's go. Oh, it's that stupid pond where I have to prep the S rank. This place is actually a nightmare. What am I fishing in? This place is very suspicious. This is a long bite. That's like a 32-second bite. I see. Wait, was that not the Lunar Lamenter? That totally was the Lunar Lamenter. The next ad is in 22 minutes. There's no way that this cutscene's gonna be longer than 22 minutes. I refuse to believe it. Wait, what tickets? Oh, these? These are from hunts. You literally get them for doing S-rank hunts. You're back, but I'd love nothing more than for you to regale me with Tales of the Moon. But before that, do I smell what I think I smell? Incredible. So this is the sort of creature that dwells in the lunar seas. I can't wait to dig in and start examining it. While there's no telling until I see the data, I'm quite confident that this discovery will allow me to revise my theory and complete my thesis. I'll be making my presentation at the phenomenon, but to be honest, I've never been very good at talking in front of the senior faculty. Might you be so kind as to come and sit in the audience? Just knowing I had a friend among the audience would go a long way to putting my heart at ease. Normally only the faculty and students are allowed to attend such events, but I'll have a word with the administrators. Given all you've contributed to my research, I can see no reason why you shouldn't be permitted to attend. Do they know who I am? I saved the world! Several times over, in fact. Ah, you must be Professor Talaka's Tia's guest. I forgot his last name is Tia. It's always Tia. Please go right in. I do believe your friend's presentation is about to get underway. Why do you have the dire music? Thank you for assembling here today, everyone. I'm Talaka Tia, an associate professor here in the Faculty of Aetherology. Today I would like to, present some recent findings from my research on, aether currents. There's only 6 of us here, you can do it. My presentation is entitled Aether Tide, on the waxing and waning of aether levels in underwater currents. Simply put, my hypothesis was thus: the world's underwater aether ebb and flow in tandem. When the concentration of aether drops in one area, it rises in another. This phenomenon repeats itself periodically. Long did I believe this was so, but never was I able to accumulate sufficient data to prove it for certain. This all changed recently thanks to the talents of a truly remarkable gleaner, who risked life and limb to gather the samples I needed. In the course of my research, however, I also discovered many things which I had never imagined at the outset. First and foremost among these was the aether zodiarc exerted upon those self-same currents. Now, as you all know, zodiarc is no more. As such, aether levels have temporarily fluctuated across our entire star. As the etheric state of our world gradually readjusts to how it was in the days of yore, before Zodiarc came into being. Having had the fortune recently to analyze some samples obtained from the lunar surface, it has become apparent that this fluctuation in aether levels was at its most dramatic during a full moon. We have reason to suspect that the recent incident with the wayward whale was also caused by the selfsame phenomenon. In other words, a sudden change in the local aether levels caused it to suffer from symptoms akin to severe aether sickness. Needless to say, this would all be mere speculation if it were not corroborated by concrete data. To that end, kindly turn to page 14 in the booklets I've handed out and take a moment to peruse the chart on that page. Oh no, this is gonna make me cry. Quite fascinating. Many scholars stubbornly stick to their initial convictions despite the circumstances, but you have clearly taken even the most recent developments into consideration in fleshing out your thesis. Admirable indeed. You are too kind, Professor, and yet there is more I would share. Utilizing my own findings in combination with some alchemical techniques I learned from my colleagues in Thavnair, I do believe I have crafted a spell that might help to stabilize the underwater aether currents. More so than my academic findings, I believe this to be my greatest accomplishment. Isolating the relationship between the moon and the underwater aether currents was an important first step, no doubt, but helping those suffering creatures will be of far greater import in the end. Our planet is currently in a state of transition. I suspect the imbalance in aether levels will continue for quite a while still. And so I intend to do everything in my power to minimize the effects of this on both beast and man until our etheric environment stabilizes and returns to normal. Thank you, Talakatia. We shall inform you of your evaluation in due time. In the meanwhile, pray continue to attend to that poor beast in the harbor. We wish you the best of luck. Thank you, Professor. They can't just use this song. It's gonna make me cry. Oh god. Look, it's our whale friend. That thing is huge. It's bigger than the ship. There you are. I simply had to tell you before anyone else. My colleagues couldn't stop praising my thesis. To say I could never have gotten to this day without your help would be an understatement. Not only have I secured more funding to continue my research, but I've also been promoted to a full-fledged tenured professor. I simply cannot believe the day has come that I can wear this prestigious gown. Why, I've dreamed of this since the very first day I set foot in the studium. It's a pretty cool robe. It looks good on you. I think it looks good. I like the Zelda outfit too, though. I like green. Oh, you're far too kind. I've still a long way to go before I'd be worthy of this garb in the way that, say, Professor Nell is. I always believed in Talaka's potential, but I dare say he would have been hard-pressed to fulfill it, were not for his fortuitous meeting with you, Fox. For that, I, too, owe you my thanks. Oh, and this is neither here nor there, really, but I received some rather delightful news recently from the Faculty of Medicine. It would seem the professor there who is researching methods for treating the whale has developed an experimental medicine that can lessen the effects of aether sickness. Even more fortunately, it is said to work even better on men than on beasts. Yes, with this new medicine at my disposal, I can finally take responsibility for my own fieldwork and stop forcing generous gleaners such as yourself to travel in my stead. Just think of all the places I'll go. Distant lands, the open sea, why, maybe even the moon. I simply can't wait to really stretch my legs and explore the world. And with that, I'd best be off. But this isn't farewell, not by a long shot. I have no doubt our paths will cross again somewhere upon some distant sea. I thank you once again for everything, my friend. Oh my god, getting through all of these is going to take so long. I'm excited, though. I'm standing here in this new gown, but to be honest, it still hasn't all sunk in. Congratulations, Talakatia. You have come far indeed, and you've earned every bit of it through your diligence and dedication. And glad I am for it, for now I've seen you realize the potential I always knew you had. I can finally retire with my heart at ease. Retire? Professor Nell, what are you saying? No need to act so surprised. I've been considering it for quite some time now. I'm no spring chicken, and there's little reason for me to cling to my position when promising researchers like you wait in the wings. Of course, I will continue to share my experiences with you if you so desire, but finding that which most inspires you, and pursuing it with all your body and soul, that is something you must do for yourself. I've already imparted all I can. You were able to find this in yourself, in no small part through your chance encounter with Fox. I was happy to be there for you along the way, but I dare say you will fare well enough without me. But, Professor... The future of aetherology is bright indeed, as long as young talents like yourself continue your research here. And so I very much look forward to hearing of your myriad achievements, as I enjoy my golden years. And if you're ever in need of conversation, pray visit, that we might muse about the mysteries of the world, not as teacher and student, but as colleagues and friends. That would be delightful, Professor. I could not have asked for a greater parting gift than your vote of confidence. And thank you once again, Fox. I will be continuing my research here at the studium, so do stop by whenever you would care to talk aetherology with a friend. Likewise, I look forward to hearing even more about your adventures in the far-flung lands you've been exploring. And perhaps, if you happen to come across any exotic species of fish, you could snag one or two for me? Just for old time's sake. Huh. I think I need gathering more. We finished one branch of the studium. We're a master fisher. That's like a low-level achievement. I kind of want to do all of this tonight, so we're totally just going to do all of it tonight. So, first of all, let's run an ad because Twitch is going to force me to run an ad in 9 minutes, and I don't know how long the next cutscene is, so I'll be right back. Into the saddlebag. All the bait goes. What is all this garbage I'm gonna have to throw out? I think all the crafting ones are going to be really fast because I'm this in crafting. So we should do the gathering one because that's probably going to be a time note or something. Am I blind? Where's my... Oh, here they are. Where are the Chimera worms? Excuse me, kind sir. Pardon my forthrightness, but might I beg a moment of your time? I work under Professor Tenkin, and I'm in search of a capable botanist to assist with his research. That is your profession, is it not? In which case, I wish to discuss potential employment with the Faculty of Anthropology, assuming that is, you have an interest in our work. Magnificent. Searchers Meet, where we currently find ourselves, is a place where gleaners connect with the faculty and students of the studium. It allows us to acquire the necessary materials for our studies, and also provides us with a place to store supplies and specimens. And with your help, I believe I may be able to procure what is needed for the professor's research. Of course, such work is predicated on the assumption Professor Tenkin has decided on a focus for his next project, which sadly he has not. Would you say he's the indecisive sort? Oh, that is certainly one way of putting it. If he doesn't hurry and submit a research proposal to the studium soon, he will be unable to secure funding for his work. Why, his very tenure could be cut short. It would be a great loss for the studium, as he is a remarkable scholar. The very definition of calm and collected, until he discovers something that piques his interest. Then his eyes widen and his cheeks take on a rosy hue. Honestly, it's like he regresses to being a young boy. Returning to the topic at hand, your first task will be to procure Professor Tenkin himself. I imagine you'll find him somewhere in the Numenon, if you would be so kind. Wonderful. And when you find him, pray offer him this slice of Archon loaf. Like as not, he's forgotten to eat, as usual. The sheer size of the library can prove daunting at times, but I've spent enough time with the professor to know he is in there somewhere. How far away is the Numenon from Studium? I think it's northwest, isn't it? Oh, it's southwest. Same aetheryte, though. Oh, he's really tucked in here. What? Damn it all, I succumb to the sweet song of slumber yet again. She always strikes when I least suspect it. I don't suppose you would happen to have a morsel of food to spare on your person. I seem to have built up quite the appetite whilst dead to the world. Hinageshi sent you, huh? Of course she would insist that I eat Archon loaf. At any rate, you have my thanks. Hope you do not think me rude for indulging right away. That ought to silence my stomach for a while. Truly, I am indebted to you, sir. Dozing in the midst of research is all too common, and routinely ignored, occurrence around here. There's no telling how long I would have slept had you not come out when you did. In fact, it calls to mind the tale of a researcher seeking a means to traverse the ethereal sea. He wished to do so while still amongst the living, you see, but they found him dead, in the midst of a pile of books. But that is neither here nor there. I take you are come seeking employment. Your timing is quite fortuitous, as I but recently decided upon a topic for my thesis. Pray accompany me to the searchers' meet once more, and I shall explain all to you there. There is so much dialogue, although I'm not really surprised because it's the studium. This is literally a research facility. I think it's faster to teleport twice. So far away. There you are, my savior from slumber. Professor, please. It would be most rude to waste any more of his time. Might we discuss the focus of your next research project, and what it is you require of him? Yes, of course. Time is of the essence. Honestly, Hinageshi, I do not know what I would do without you. Well, that is most flattering, Professor. Thank you. I mean it, Hinageshi. I would be lost, completely and utterly lost. Professor Tenkin, Yes, and quite famished beside. So absorbed was I in the research that I had all but forgotten my need for rest and sustenance. Were it not for your kind gift, I would surely have expired by now. Oh, I thought you meant... I mean, yes. Yes, of course. Always happy to help. Oh, it's one of these stories. Provided our research is deemed of value to the studium, we are supplied with clothing, food, and shelter, but only the bare essentials, mind you. You need but look around to know the veracity of my words. We do as we are instructed, researching and gathering resources, but what value do these things truly have in the grand scheme of things? The study of 1,000 civilizations, and nothing here has changed. The culture of Charlayan remains as stagnant as the threadbare attire we wear day in and day out. I must confess, you do have a point about our garments. Should my shirt and trousers be soiled, I would have little recourse but to wear them inside out. But to be perfectly honest, I have no real qualms with the way we live here in Charlayan.
Read it in a silly voice.
Read it in a silly voice? I feel like my voice is by default silly. How... Okay, I know exactly how to read this. That is all well and good, Hinageshi. Would you be content to let your children live in such austere conditions? Your children's children. Children? Professor, why ever would you bring up such a thing? It is a subject I have thought to broach for some time. After all, you shall be my sole company for the foreseeable future, and I yours, correct? Yes, I suppose you're right, and I'm perfectly content as we are. Of course, if you would prefer other company... I've done many dating visual novel streams. Perhaps I've come at a bad time. Perish the thought. I have long wished for the help of a third party, and insist you stay to aid with our research. A third party. Blended. I am resolved to change our current way of life. However, in order to do so successfully, I must first determine what cultures are best suited to blend with ours. As such, my research shall involve recreating the lifestyles of other cultures within this very building. So that was the cause of your furrowed brow of late. Well, it is a marvelous idea, Professor. Which is where your experience as a botanist comes into play. I would have you gather the materials necessary for said recreations. Though we do have a great deal of resources on hand at present, they are as yet inadequate for my plans. Now, if you will excuse me, I require time to consider which culture I shall attempt to emulate first. I don't... Wait, what is he doing? He's, like, emulating the lifestyles in Charlayan? Have you ever seen such an inspiring sight? So she's clearly in love with him. He has resolved to change the way of life. But he has to determine what cultures are best suited to blend with the Charlayan. Okay. It is a relief to see Professor Tenkin has at last chosen a subject for his research proposal. I myself has long been interested in the world's myriad peoples and their customs. In fact, that is precisely why I was so keen to work with gleaners, well versed as they are in the lore of distant lands. My parents, too, had a love for learning of other cultures. It was their fondness for the Far East and its beautiful flowers that gave them inspiration for my name. Despite knowing the origins of my name, I never gave it much thought, that is, until one day when the professor commented on it in one of his enthralling lectures. However, he did not stop there. Professor Tenkin continued by musing on how even a single flower can go by many names. Different regions will know it differently, after all. He then went on to talk of how this difference in location, language, and lifestyle can have a profound impact on how we think. We Aura have our roots in the Far East, though I only know the Charlayan way of life, he said. I have long wondered what change might occur within my own mind should I someday visit my ancestral home. It is this very question which drives my research. Yes, even now I remember his words oh so clearly. That lecture inspired me to take up my current post. Yet, though I have done my utmost to assist him, our failure to present any findings has left me with naught to show of my own achievements. Oh, how I long to conduct research with him in the Far East. Just the two of us. Just the two of you, huh? What are you implying with that tone? No, perhaps it is time I was honest for once. You see, I am rather fond of Professor Tenkin. No way. To be honest, it is more than a little disconcerting that he has not noticed my feelings, when even you have. However, given that his current research is squarely focused on creating a better life for us, I feel this is an opportunity I cannot pass up. But I have no experience in the matters of the heart. Like a fool, my youth was spent with my nose buried in books. Would you, perchance, be more experienced in matters of romance? I would be forever grateful for your help in winning the professor's affections. This is a strange studium quest. Truly, you will help me? Oh, thank you so much. Well, you two certainly seem to be getting along. Oh, Professor, have you come to a decision? As you are doubtless aware, Charlayan is frightfully cold all year round. However, this has led to rapid progress in our ability to control our environs. Nothing proves this fact more than Labyrinthos. It is so pleasantly warm down there. You would be forgiven for thinking you were somewhere altogether more tropical. This has inspired me to look into the lifestyles of those who actually reside in balmy climes. We may yet happen upon a discovery or two that would never be made simply shivering in the cold. In line with this, the culture we shall seek to emulate first is none other than Radzatan. Splendid! We will need you to go and collect a few things that can only be obtained in Radzatan proper. Inageshi will brief you in more detail. This should be a really easy questline, right? It's literally just gathering. How hard could it possibly be? I've made a list of a few Hanish staples we require to emulate life in Radzatan. And, well, there are certainly quite a few things you would struggle to procure here in Charlayan. There is one in particular, which is used to make both vibrant dyes and special spices. Any road. Best of luck gathering this in Thavnair. The Giant Skull's ground? What? Where? To the Wikipedia I go. Where the heck is this? 24 by 10. That is way up here. Wait, how many do I need? 6. $24 by 10? Like right here or somewhere. Oh, I forgot they removed Collector's Glove from Gathering. So, it should be over here somewhere. I can't increase the amount I gather. Oh god, it's a collectible. I forgot how to do this, so I'm going to do... Oh, my integrity wasn't reduced. How high of a collectability do I need for this? There's no way it's going to be max collectability, right? I'm going to see if this is enough. Wait, does it say? Like, could I just collect it? Oh, I see. It just increases my amount of scripts that I get. Okay, I really don't care about scripts, though. Netflix subscription just landed next to me. That's definitely 6, right? Twitch is forcing me to play an ad in 16 minutes, so I'm sure we can get through the next cutscene and then pause in between. Perfectly splendid. Oh my, how vibrant. You can certainly tell this wasn't sourced around here. These leaves are desiccated before being turned into spices. They're commonly found in Hannish cooking, as you might expect, but alchemists there also use them to fashion various medicinal tinctures. Professor Tenkin and Hinageshi take the items you brought them. Set to work emulating Hannish culture. Well, that looks good. Oh, right, they're anthropologists. Okay, you know what? This makes more sense. Most colorful, would you not agree? Alas, one would surely freeze to death wearing these clothes in Charlayan for very long. And while their cuisine is quite delectable, I must say it is rather spicy for my own palate. Perhaps their love for spices developed out of necessity? A fine hypothesis indeed, Hinageshi. Food is prone to expire all too quickly in climes such as Radzathon. Copious use of spices not only helps to increase one's appetite, it also masks any unpleasant odors that may come from food on the brink of spoiling. And with spoiling food comes the risk of harmful bacteria, a likely reason for the region's struggles with sickness over the years. I can think of no better catalyst to spur innovation in medicine through the master of alchemy. This, for example, a tonic to raise the body's core temperature to protect from the cold. Resourceful as always. Thank you, Professor. Returning to their penchant for colorful hues, I believe I understand their reasoning for that as well. Simply put, primary colors stand out even under the unrelenting rays of the sun. Hence, everything from their buildings to their bracelets are made in bold primary colors. And each color represents different concepts. Red, for example, represents fire. Its close relative, orange, represents the spiritual fire that rages within one's soul, the very source of life itself. This is why they believe orange to be an auspicious color for would-be mothers and the like. Would-be. You don't say. My, that is good to know, Professor. What else can you tell us of Radzathon? Oh, plenty. But I find experience to be the better teacher. So come, let us live as the Hannish do, and I'm sure we will happen upon countless discoveries. Well, this is going rather swimmingly. I'd hoped the research might bring us closer together, but I never dreamed we'd end up living together. Of course, it would not have been possible without your help, and for that, you have my thanks. I just like how he's unintentionally flirting with her, like non-stop. Fledgling matchmaker. Okay, 11 minutes. We can do this. You've come at a good time. I do believe the professor has another assignment for you. Good to see you, my friend. We are in the midst of summarizing what we've learned living an approximation of the Hanish lifestyle. While we commit our thoughts to parchment, I would ask you to acquire a few things we need for our next sampling of culture. I'm getting tongue-twisted by these. And where do you have in mind exactly? Garlemald. Garlemald? The Empire? Oh my. I certainly wasn't expecting that. Do you truly believe there's aught we can learn from them to improve our way of living? I understand your trepidation, Hinageshi. While their history is filled with countless invasions and much suffering, there may yet come a day where we live in peace alongside the people of Garlemald. Though I realize how unlikely that may seem at present, where does this take place in the MSQ? Probably right before we invade Garlemald, right? But the winds of change blow fiercely now, and there may soon come a day when they seek shelter here in the Charlayan. Knowing they cannot manipulate Aether as we do, I wish to better understand their culture, should we need to play the hospitable host. I feel like a fool for thinking you're only pursuing this project to improve the lives of those who presently call Charlayan home. Such genius. To that end, I would ask you to procure a most essential staple of Garlean living. I speak of an ore unique to the region, a certain fruit there that is adapted to grow even in the coldest of climates. Oh, and do not fret. You do not need to bring back both. One or the other will suffice. Both around Camp Broken Glass. Well, while we travel there, I'm gonna run an ad because Twitch is forcing me to run an ad. So I will be running an ad. I will be right back. Where the heck is this thing? Uh... 15 by 28. A cricket. By 28. Oh, it's literally like right next to camp. So that ad is running for another minute, so I'm literally gonna just float around here until that ad is done. Boy, reading all the lines out loud is sure taking a long time. Well, I think we're doing the two longest ones first, because gathering in general takes longer than crafting. Guess I'll decent these fish. Okay, the ad should have finished. I'm going to hit these trees. What item level or what collectability do I need this at? $240, so I think we just need... Oh, I do need to hit it with scrutiny. Okay, we're getting 4. Actually, we're just gonna do this and get our stuff back. 6, right? Yes, we have gotten 6. We can go back and continue this quest line. We've been relying on the tomes in Numenon and existing theses in order to accurately emulate foreign cultures, and I have realized that there are a great many things you would never discover without experiencing them firsthand. Thank you so much. To even picture you searching out there in those cold climes sends a shiver down my spine. Truly, we are in your debt. This fruit is fantastic at growing in even the coldest conditions. Oh, I can't wait to experience Garlean cuisine for myself and see firsthand how it's been shaped by their climate. Professor Duncan and Hinageshi, take the items. Okay, whatever. That's a spicy soup, right? Oh, and the heater. Wait, why does he have a gun? I must say, I'm warming up to these cozy clothes and Magitech heaters. All of this would definitely improve life in Charlayan. Alas, we've only been granted permission to use the heaters for the duration of our research. We'll have to return them to the studium after we're done. That said, I think I just felt a bead of sweat trickle down my neck. Perhaps I won't miss them as much as I thought. And I take it you have no need of this piping hot Garlean cuisine, cooked with Magitech kitchen utensils? Oh, Professor. No, I would gladly sample any food prepared with skillful hands such as yours. Provided one is given the necessary instruction, even a child could operate these Magitech devices. And at the heart of all Magitech lies ceruleum, a most efficient and convenient energy source, indifferent to the whimsy of nature, like wind and hydraulic power. Its mass production allowed the Empire to bring Magitech to the people at large, with further refinements to their manufacturing process affording them surplus time and manpower, which they applied to even greater innovations. That said, the importance of alternatives to ceruleum cannot be ignored. It is, after all, a finite resource. Should we completely squander the world's resources, we'll inevitably suffer for a lack of foresight. Professor, this looks exquisite. I thought as much when we were studying Hannish culture, but you really are a fantastic cook. You flatter me, Hinageshi. I would be nothing without the recipes that guide me, although it does warm my heart to see you enjoy my cooking, so... There are many, many dishes I still wish to try my hand at, and I would be delighted if you were willing to sample them as well. Oh, it would be my pleasure. You're doing it. You're doing it. Is it my imagination, or has the professor been more affectionate towards me of late? It really makes me wonder what will become of our relationship when his research reaches its conclusion. Oh, but I must stop daydreaming. There is yet work to be done. What could my title possibly be now? I am the novice matchmaker. Oh, I am positively desperate to know what culture we shall experience next. Looks like he trips every time he steps down from the steps. Welcome back, my friend. We will be continuing our experience as Garleans a while longer, though I would like you to set about procuring materials for the next step in our research. Though to be honest, I've still to decide on where that step might be. Well, thus far, we have lived as people do in the freezing cold and the ferocious heat, so I would say it is time we set our sights on an altogether different sort of inclement environment. Spot on as always, Hinegeshi. The people of Garlemald may have overcome nature's fury with their sterling use of technology, but they are far too reliant on ceruleum. Consider this. How would they cope if they were suddenly unable to obtain their precious fuel? One should never be without a contingency plan in case they are thrust into much less hospitable environs. That is certainly true, however, what kind of culture could take root in an area that is effectively uninhabitable? That is precisely what I have been mulling over of late, Hinegeshi. I wish to look into exactly how culture could come to exist in such places. The issue is, well, such regions tend to be uninhabitable as a result of their harsh conditions. In short, there is nowhere that meets my criteria to begin with. Inhabiting the uninhabitable. Yes, it does seem to be something of a paradox, but there could be merit in investigating the idea. You are a well-traveled adventurer, yes? Can you think of any place that may suit our curious criteria? Have you considered the moon? A settlement on the moon by the name of Mare Lamentorum? Well, that would certainly fulfill my requirements. But even if it truly exists, it's not as if one can travel to the moon on a whim. I can travel to the moon on a whim. I have Aetheryte tickets. You're being entirely serious, aren't you? Good gracious, you never fail to surprise. Indeed. However, I feel obliged to mention that we know absolutely nothing of life on the moon, assuming it is even possible. Pray head to the Mare Lamentorum. Gather whatever items you believe are necessary to recreate life there. Heimdall's last site. That's the entranceway, isn't it? Time to look it up. Need 6 of them. 3526. That sounds like the bottom of the map. 3526. 3526. That is very far away. It's like Ruminator's area. I can't wait to see the A ranks as we pass on by. There must have been a train recently. Usually there is a rank somewhere here. On average. I was actually doing Fates on the Moon. Is it from these? Oh, nice. It starts at 5, so we can gather all of them right here. These gathering ones are really fast. Next ad starts in 26 minutes. I'm sure we can get through this cutscene in time. I don't suppose you would know how best to store items from the moon. I wish to avoid accidentally ruining any precious samples you acquire on our behalf. By the 12, you really are capable of travel to the moon. This may be the most surreal moment of my life to date. These are carrots, aren't they? Not what I expected to be found growing on the moon. But thank you. Thank you very much. Professor, are you certain this is representative of life on the moon? But of course it is, Hinegeshi. My information comes from the Loporets, a race that calls Mare Lamentorum home. Well, this is all well and good, but is it necessary for us to don these ridiculous outfits? Well, I thought it might help us to experience life as the Loporets do. And as for all these carrots, make no mistake, Professor, it is wonderful to know that agriculture is possible even on the moon. But I fear a diet comprised entirely of one type of root vegetable will not hold up to scrutiny. That may be so, but civilizations have had to move and adapt countless times throughout history, and they were not always able to eat exactly what they longed for. There may come a day when we too are forced to move to the moon. I guess if you were doing this during the MSQ, that would be foreshadowing everything, right? The professor doesn't seem to be enjoying himself much. Perhaps he is not especially fond of carrots. I realize this is not the most opportune time to focus on my romantic pursuits, but soon my time will come. I can feel it. This is a really dumb questline. I'm now an experienced matchmaker. I do wonder what culture we shall be examining next. Knowing even the moon is inhabitable, the possibilities seem endless. I literally have no idea where they're gonna go from here. Elpis? Because they want to visit all the zones, right? I bear good tidings. Permission has been granted for our voyage. I decided it was about time we went and experienced other cultures firsthand, rather than recreate them here in our workshop. Fabulous idea indeed. Wherever are we going, Professor? Hingashi. Kugane, to be specific. Oh, how wonderful. Though our journey has been approved, we cannot afford to tarry. We have been granted but a short amount of time to stay there, you see. Are you, perchance, knowledgeable of the Far East? Okay, I literally did not expect to go to the Far East, but sure. In that case, could we ask you to act as our guide? You have my thanks. We should arrive at Pier number 2 when we reach Kugane. Pray meet us there when you are ready. I mean, I guess it makes sense because he's never been there before, and he's an Ara, but he's been raised in Charlean. Shiokaze... Yeah. I hear this music and I just want to jump to the Kugane Tower. Sometime later. We braved the experimental aetherite and came via Radzatan. Sure delight and surprise both. They were renting local attire, and I was not about to pass up the opportunity to dress in authentic Hingan garb. I still cannot quite believe I am here in this foreign land with the professor. They look very well suited for this. Now, where's Kugane Castle? Wherever it is, it does not seem to be visible from here. Would you happen to know a better place to take in its splendor? Let's go on the roof. Wait just a moment. Are mere tourists such as ourselves allowed on the roof of said establishment? I enjoy fine views as much as anyone, but I would rather avoid becoming a criminal. Coward, I just wanted to do the jump quest. Perhaps Tasogade Bridge would be the better option. If I'm not mistaken, it should be close by. Shall we have a look from there? Coward! I thought we were gonna literally be able to jump the jump quest. A fortress most formidable. This may be an island like Charlayan, but it is quite clear our cultures are as night and day. However, one must keep in mind that Kugane is unlikely to be a true representation of life in Hingashi. After all, this port town is but a tiny part of a larger region, sadly the only section of it open to the wider world. If we are to get a truly accurate picture, we must speak with the locals. Speaking of which, this place is surprisingly peaceful considering recent events. The ruling class doubtless controls what information is allowed into the area, which begs the question, how much is known by those here regarding affairs in the rest of the world? Perhaps they are convinced they are strong enough to weather any storm alone. At any rate, our work here is certain to prove a most enlightening experience. Already am I glad for this trip. Professor, if possible, I would very much like to visit the Umaneko tea house and sample their dango. I've heard very good things. Inageshi, do not forget why we are here. We are researchers, not tourists. You would do well to remember that. My apologies, Professor. Forgive me. I did not mean to upset you. I fear the long journey has left me on edge. Kugane does indeed thrive on tourism. You are not wrong to deem that aspect of their culture worthy of an investigation. You are too kind, Professor. Now let us pay a visit to Pier Number 1 and take in the storehouses, then make our way to Kokajia. I'm surprised she didn't offer to go to the hot springs with the professor. I feel like anthropologists would totally want to check out the cuisine of the area, right? I think that's like not out of the question. That person's going to Eureka. That person's also going to Eureka. That's crazy. Ah, such heat. Greater, perhaps, even than the Garlean heaters. It is an honor to witness the forging of Kugane's world-famous katana blades. Aha, but we mustn't forget why we are come here. I suppose now it is Hinageshi's turn to rebuke me. Hinageshi? Where could she have gone? I was so entranced by the sights and sounds of the city, I cannot rightly say when I last saw her. Let us split up and search for her. You would check the Ijin district. I will search on Kogane Dori. It's a tongue twister. Everything's a tongue twister. Hello, Mr. Seki Segumi. A woman lost in the streets, you say? Tourists would have no cause to come this way. You'd be better served searching near the gates of Kugane Castle. Much of the city can be seen from there. Now, if you will excuse me. Thanks, buddy. She just lost, or is she just taking a stroll? Hinageshi, we found you at last. Professor, oh thank goodness. I thought if I waited here long enough, you would come eventually. Yes, we did plan on visiting the castle, didn't we? I should have expected you would memorize our itinerary. What happened? I could have sworn you were right behind me. Well, I was approached by a merchant on Kogane Dori whilst we were making for Pier number 1. Not to say I was not interested, and when I turned around, you were nowhere to be seen. I should not have been so careless. You did warn me not to behave as a tourist, after all. No, I should have been more attentive. Engrossed in my work, my surroundings all but fade away. The thought of you lost, wandering aimlessly through the streets of Kugane, my heart was fit to burst. But to see you here safe and sound, words fail to express my relief. I can only imagine the distress I've caused you. Oh, Professor, what can I do to comfort her? That's it. Terribly sorry to ask this of you, but I wish to fashion a hairpin for Hinageshi to lift her spirits. Might I trouble you to procure the necessary material? Oh my god, the Ruby Sea is said to be a treasure trove of resources. Perhaps you can find something there, along the shore, or beneath the waves. He's literally sending me to the worst map in the game to gather from. Thank you. I would be a fool to leave her alone, so I will wait with her here until you return. I just love the Ruby Sea. 23-6 at the Ruby Sea. Okay, it's sorta nearby. You know, a Twitch ad is approaching, so I think after we gather this, I'm just gonna manually walk back to town and see if that takes longer than the ad. Wow, that was very fast. Okay, I'm gonna run an ad real quick, and I'll be right back as we fly back to Kugane. I love Twitch. I love its ad system. Oh boy. I think this flight over here is gonna take longer than me finishing this ad. Oh my gosh, I think we might actually beat the ad. No, we literally reached the exit at the same time the ad finished. That is amazing. I love the Ruby seat. They say the Ruby Sea is a treasure trove of natural resources. I am certain you can find what I need there. Absolutely stunning. I'll waste no time in taking this to a craftsman. Pray keep Hinageshi company here while I am gone. I mean, he seems to genuinely care about her, so... Where do you suppose the professor has run off to? I suppose it doesn't matter. I would only prove a hindrance were I to accompany him further. My apologies for disappearing like that. I went on a little errand to have this made for you, Hinageshi. Wait, the flower on this hairpin is... Nothing gets past you. Indeed, it is the flower the locals here known as the Hinageshi. I thought it would be a shame were we to return home from our travels empty-handed. I hope it is to your liking. It's perfect. Thank you, Professor. I shall treasure it for all my days. Strange. These excursions to other lands are always a rather stressful ordeal. With Hinageshi here, though, things are different. But this is no time for self-reflection. We must needs survey the rest of the town post-haste. Let us make for the Rakuza district, followed by the Bokairo Inn. Ah, but wait. Before all that, we must pay a visit to the Umaneko Tea House to sample their finest dango and tea. Thank you, Professor. I can hardly wait. I feel like we don't even need to do anything for them to fall for each other, right? We're just like bystanders. Springs were exquisite, though it was the view that took my breath away. I yet struggle to believe that on the other side of this ocean lies Doma, and the Azam Steppe, my ancestral home. How I would love to travel there just once, to see how the nomads live firsthand. You will, Professor. Someday, and I shall be by your side when we do. I should like that very much. Alas, the time has come for us to return to Charlayan. Pray stop by Searcher's Meet once you've returned. I would see you compensated for your work here. Ah, it is good to be home. Traveling is lovely, of course, but best enjoyed in moderation like all good things. Should hope you have some place to call home as well. Then I would bid you return there and take a well-deserved rest. I will be in touch again once we are ready to resume our work. You know, on our return voyage to Charlayan, the professor said he'd been duly inspired and eager to continue our work. What culture do you suppose he intends to study next? Ah, Professor, now that we're all gathered, might we discuss your plans moving forward? Yes, of course. Our research thus far on the lifestyles of people in various regions have proved quite enlightening. However, after much deliberation, I've concluded that to merely compare and contrast locations alone will not suffice. No, we must consider different time periods as well. Oh my. Well, I suppose that means we'll be studying Alleg then. I can think of no other bygone cultures worth of scrutiny. And I understand full well why you would reach that conclusion. However, I recently happened upon records that suggest there exists a civilization that predates Allegans, a civilization older than time, far more advanced than one might believe possible. Sounds a fantasy, I know, but if it truly exists, I wish to recreate that paradise. I believe I know the place you speak of. Please tell us all you know. A facility for the testing of creation magics? Fascinating. Were it anyone else, I would call them mad, but you did travel to the moon. I realize I am asking a great deal of you, but if there's a way to procure relics from that age, I would be eternally grateful. I will make what preparations I can for your return. This may yet prove to be the discovery of a lifetime. Anything you can bring back to us will surely prove a boon to his research. Great. I need 6 items, right? I do. I think it's literally right next to us, which is nice. That'd be great. If it's this blue one right here. Surely this bush will give us the secrets we need. That noise is so sharp and loud. We're free. There's still a lot of talking in this studium quest, but at least it's very fast collecting things. You know, a part of me thinks it odd that we now strive to emulate an ancient civilization. Would that not, after all, mean we're taking a step back? So if this Elpis is as advanced as you say, perhaps it will prove to be a step forward. Does that mean they're just going to be wearing Asian robes? Goodness me, you really did it. If I may ask, how exactly did you come by this? Perhaps I'm better off not knowing. Not expecting the materials to be quite so large. However, did they manage to use them for crafting, I wonder? Okay. I see. I beg your pardon, Professor? Oh, my apologies, Shinageshi. I was simply imagining what the people of Elpis might have sounded like. We did our best to recreate their culture based on what you have told us. Frankly, it felt like I had wandered into a fairy tale at times, but I do find their way of life has its merits. They do not waste time on the frivolous. Everything has a clear, functional purpose. Perhaps, but I find their clothes make it rather difficult to go about one's duties. It is entirely possible they did not need to engage in physical labor. Their proficiency in creation magics may have led to the decline of their physical frames. Wielding writing quills and such was no doubt a simple matter, but it is unlikely they could bear anything weighty. What role do you suppose these masks played exactly? They were averse to showing their faces? I would posit that they distinguished each other not by their outward appearances, but by their aether. Or perhaps they all led such fulfilling lives that they simply had no need to express themselves as individuals. To think that such a sophisticated civilization vanished in but the blink of an eye. I wonder if all cultures are ultimately destined to meet the same fate. We will discover that answer in due time, I'm sure. Though part of me wishes we could live like this forever. Haha, an interesting idea, Hinageshi, but I am not so sure it is a wise one. Still, it is gladdening to see you enjoy the cultures of the old world so. Oh no, that's not what I meant. Not exactly. I was merely thinking how nice it would be if every day could be like this. We're experiencing new ways of living together. Studying the length and breadth of a people's history as a whole. We could see not but trends and tendencies. Like this, however, taking a glimpse of their lives day by day, the parallels between our cultures become quite clear. Even these ancients of Elpis no doubt enjoyed the simple pleasures of life as we do, taking each day as they came. It'd be oh so lovely if we could do the same, enjoying the simple pleasures of life, one day at a time. Why, Hinageshi, you are exactly right. I sometimes feel I learn more from you than I do my own research. You flatter me, Professor, but I've said nothing worthy of such praise. I'm a veteran matchmaker. I didn't realize their costumes are being aligned on the wall. Oh, this is the final quest. It's the level 90. Hinageshi is loving life. We have already amassed so much data for the professor's research. I cannot imagine where we will turn our attention to next. Where could we possibly be going from here? We did Elpis. Are we going to Ultima Thule? Good, you're here. There is something I wish to discuss with you both. I will be informing the studium that my research has concluded. What? But why? My apologies for keeping this from you, but my research had an ulterior motive. It was in fact part of a contingency plan devised by the Forum. That plan being mass exodus to another star. True goal was to determine what cultures were worthy of preservation, how said preservation might be accomplished. I don't understand. Are you saying the Forum had resigned itself to abandoning this world? I'm afraid so. Yet the fact remains that culture can only survive and thrive through the people who share in it. Any knowledge we might feasibly preserve now is no different from the myriad tomes collecting dust in the halls of the studium. Which is why, apart from research being conducted in Labyrinthos, we were tasked with finding suitable cultural elements we might actively preserve for those in the future. And it was during our most recent endeavor that I found my answers to this great conundrum. Hence, there is no need for further research. I need simply summarize our findings in my thesis. My sincere thanks to you both for all your hard work. Truly, the pleasure was all mine. A pity our work must come to an end. Yes, well, do you have any plans for after our research was finished? I cannot say that I do. Our work together has been so engaging, I could scarcely think of aught else. In fact, it has been quite some time since I paid visit to my parents. Which reminds me, they said they found a new suitor when last we spoke. Something to look forward to on the voyage home, I suppose. Suitor? Gods, am I too late? If only she had stayed a short while longer. What do I do now? I was hoping she would accompany me on my next venture. Research of a ceremony of sorts. I say research, but it's more of a, Oh, Tankin. Such roundabout thinking is how you got yourself into this mess. My recent endeavors together with Hinageshi have made me realize just how much she means to me. I realize the foolishness of harboring these unrequited feelings, but I can contain them no longer. Which is precisely why I intend to propose. It's about time. I appreciate your enthusiasm, though I don't understand why you're so moved by my proclamation. But before I propose, it would be prudent to learn how she feels about the matter, and for that I require your help. Though I understand if you would rather not involve yourself in such a personal matter. I'm just here to see this out. You will help me, truly, and perhaps hope is not yet lost. You see, my plan was to fashion an eternity ring. I wish for it to be something memorable, which is why I would ask you to procure materials for the ring from the place where Hinageshi and I first worked together, Labyrinthos. I shall see to the rest, and have hopefully steeled my nerves in the interim. I don't know why it never occurred to me that he was going to make the Eternity Ring for the final gathering quest. Okay, where the heck are we going? 9, oh wait, 27, 16. Oh, it's like over here somewhere. I feel like that should have been obvious, right? Although, I guess I didn't think that they'd get married. I thought they were just gonna, like, go out? But I guess they have been together, like, for months. Wow, that was crazy. I love gathering. Who doesn't love gathering? Oh boy. There's a reason why I procrastinate on doing all of these. For like literal months. Have you found something suitable? I do not mean to rush you, but I fear time is not on our side. I knew I was going to stream all of this, and I knew I was going to read all of it out loud, and I knew it was going to take like 7 hours. So, that's my reasoning. Thank you. Now to set about fashioning the ring. Before you go, may I ask one last favor of you? Please deliver this letter to Hinageshi. Where is she? Oh, she's at the harbor. I think it's faster to teleport there. It is cozy. It's just a lot of dialogue. I think this is honestly one of the cheesier quest lines for any of the studium or crystarium quest lines. But I'm sure someone wanted a cheesy romance questline. The other questline was way cooler. The Crystarium Gathering questline was so much better. I can still hardly believe our work with Professor Tenkin is over. It was foolish of me to grow so attached. I know, but I've never been so happy as when I'm with him. Part of me wishes he felt the same, that we might have grown closer in the short time we had together. Alas, life rarely lives up to expectations, but thank you again for all your help. I had better be going now. A letter? From the professor? Says he wishes to discuss his future works with the studium, that I am to return immediately. But he should be writing his thesis. Whatever could be so urgent? Only one way to find out, I suppose. I love cheesy love stories. I'm really interested in the Hrothgar questline for no reason in particular, so I'm saving it for last. You delivered the letter? Good. Now I but need wait for her arrival. Wait, how much time before the next ad? Okay, we have time. Sorry to keep you waiting, Professor. Thank you for returning on such short notice. You see, there's something I must tell you. To be brief, how should I say this? You noted in your missive that you wish to discuss future matters with me. Have you perchance decided on another subject of study? No, not exactly. You see, Hinageshi, I would like to officially list you as the lead author of my current thesis. Naturally, this will require you to contribute extensively to its composition as well. A fine opportunity for you to put forth writings of your own as well. You would trust me with the position of lead author? I would be honored, of course, but it was you who did most of the work. I could not possibly steal the plaudits you so rightfully earned. What does plaudits mean? That's like the first time I've seen that word. Probably merits? Nonsense. I have learned so much from you over the course of our research. It would be nigh fraudulent of me to take all the credit. Is that so? I had no idea. Well, I'm afraid I must disappoint you, Professor Tarkin, for I cannot stay. My parents have completed arrangements for me to meet with this new suitor they've found, and so I must return home at once. You shall do nothing of the sort. Professor, please. There's still plenty of time until the thesis must be submitted, correct? Surely it can stand to wait until I've met with... The thesis is not what concerns me, Hinageshi. It's, speak from the heart. Yes, of course. If not for you, I fear my nerves would have gotten the better of me. Thank you. Oh no, it's gonna make me cry. Our work together has taught me a most valuable lesson. It is not an environment that makes a home, but rather the people one shares it with. And in time, those people may form the deepest of bonds. Hinageshi, the time we spent together has been the happiest of my life, and I do not wish for it to end. Oh dear God. Say that you will stay with me, that we may enjoy the simple pleasures of life together, one day at a time. Hold on, I'm tearing up. Professor Tenkin, I don't know what to say. You are well within your right to refuse it, if that is your want. Could you choose instead to be bonded with a suitor of yours, I will not stop you. Bonded? Whatever are you talking about? Did you not say your parents found you a suitor? No, 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 you have it all wrong, Professor. The suitor is not for me. It's a business partner. For my parents. Your parents? You did know that my parents are both botanists, yes? They were recently introduced to a potential financial supporter who also wished to know more of my research interests. I thought it an opportunity to secure funding for our next venture, so I agreed to meet with him. Our next venture? Of course. You won't be getting rid of me so easily, Professor. There's still so much for us to see. So much to do. Then, does this mean you have accepted my proposal? Proposal? I'm not sure I follow. And may I ask why you have that ring? Well, you see, this ring is used in the ceremony of eternal bonding, and I was hoping you might join me in a recreation of the ceremony? A recreation? Absolutely not. Let this be the first of many real experiences together. Hinageshi, will you join me in the ceremony of eternal bonding? I thought you would never ask. Oh my god, I'm dying inside. Wait, I'm officiating this? I know not what the future holds, but so long as we are together, I know our days will be filled with joy and happiness. A lifetime of new experiences and endless possibilities. This is just happening in the studium, like, dorm room? Like, the common hall? Am I the officiant? What? What? This was all so sudden. If you told me this was a dream, I might be inclined to believe you. Nevertheless, it gladdens me to know we will continue living together as we are. Though a small change of pace now and again would not be a terrible idea, perhaps we'll take a trip once our thesis is dealt with. Ah, speaking of trips, we will have to pay a visit to my parents first and foremost. A splendid idea. Do you know how mad parents would be if you didn't invite them to your wedding? I had a feeling you'd think so. But before all of that, I wish to thank you for helping us to complete our great work and, more importantly, for bringing the two of us together. I believe I speak for us both when I say you have our eternal gratitude. I don't know what to say about this one. This was such a weird quest line. That means one of them is going to be super dark and serious. Which one is it going to be? Because that one was like Manderville level of humor. Oh my god, which one? Is it going to be the Hrothgar? Which one's going to be the dark and serious one? Jude appears troubled in search of the Azure Star. Oh wait, hold on. There's a Twitch ad coming, so we're just gonna play it now because it's gonna interrupt the cutscene and it's gonna suck. So I'm gonna run that now and I'm gonna send my retainers out. Wait, there's a summoning bell right here. Okay, that ad is like about to end, so we'll head back and talk to this Jude person. You. Dear, oh dear. If only he were here to help. Goodness me, you gave me quite the scare. Do I know you? I must apologize. You've likely already gathered. I'm rather easily startled. Aught amiss? He looks so done with her. Ah, yes. You see, I, Jude, belong to the Faculty of Astronomy, and am enlisted in the Classical Astronomers Association. Despite the name, I am the sole member. Till this last year, we were far more in number, but the other students graduated just as I joined. Why remain a part of an association that, but for my efforts, is obsolete, you might ask? The reason is quite simple. I thought it would allow me free access to their telescope. Recently, however, the Faculty of Astronomy and all of its constituents, the Classical Astronomers Association included, have been urged by the forum to contribute to a national project. As a result, I'm unable to use the telescope at my own discretion. That is unfortunate timing. If only my problems ended there. After I had taken over the association's activities, I came to learn the telescope was not only old, but in a state of total disrepair. I have, of course, since attempted to have it repaired, but no craftsman is willing to accept my request. Impatience has led me to attempt to restore it myself. All I've accomplished is making the situation worse, beyond recovery even. My apologies, I've started to ramble. So you're a craftsman that's been sent by Kialiapo? I am terribly sorry. Despite having come all this way, there is no longer any telescope to restore. Why not just make a new one? Indeed, the possibility had not even crossed my mind. Oh, what I wouldn't give for one of those new lenses I've heard so much about. Their precision and clarity is said to be without peer, but the funding required would be astronomical. Perhaps if we forgo the latest and greatest in telescope components, the modest budget I've received from my association may suffice to make one. I best get to work then. Numenon will no doubt have a plethora of information on the subject of crafting telescopes. While I have an acute fear of crowded places, my desire to look upon the stars is enough to see me through the task. Or so I hope. Jude rushes off, his last words still ringing in your head. You take off in the direction of Numenon after him. I actually thought Jude was going to be non-binary. I felt like they were setting it up for it. Oh, you're here to lend me a hand in searching for the necessary tomes. Thank you. Only one other person has ever extended to me such kindness. 87.96% of those I've encountered have approached me, words dripping with honey, looking only to take advantage of my purse strings. But enough about that. Somewhere among these tomes and documents detailing the intricacies of telescopes. Let us split up and search for them. Please, should you find any relevant documents, bring them to me. You stumble across any leads? 3 whole books. I think that you've managed to find 3 whole tomes. Excellent work. Let's have a look, shall we? A history of observatories. This appears to be all about observatories and the massive telescopes they boast. All the content contained within these pages is near perfect. To create the telescope detailed here would require a budget on par with a national project. Let's now take a look at the Encyclopedia of Astronomical Telescopes. What a treasure of a tome! It outlines the entirety of how telescopes are made, down to the smallest of details. Unfortunately, we have only enough gil to cover a fraction of the cost of the parts listed here. Let us see what the last one has to offer. Astronomer's comprehensive overview of the star lens, huh? Star lens? I've never heard of such a thing. According to this, it is an ancient tool used by astronomers to read the stars and can be produced at a reasonable cost. But what good would such an ancient tool accomplish in today's world of astronomy and optics? It doesn't even use a lens. Then again, it is within my means. Might I ask you to craft one for me? While I can only offer you the meager stipend our association receives from the studium in exchange, I hope you'd consider it. You have my sincerest of thanks. Now then, there's little time to waste. I have already requested to use the space, so let us make our way to the workshop. It is so much faster to just go here, and then go back here. Oh, we're going to the northern part of the studium. According to my calculations, we should have just enough in the way of funds to craft a star lens. The question that remains, however, is if it will be powerful enough to aid me in my pursuit. If only he were here. If it isn't Jude, you're looking gloomy as ever. Who's there? He's wearing eyeshadow. Oh, it's you, Jaromir. You finally decided to join the Faculty of Astronomy? I know not to which Jaromir you're referring, but this one shines brighter than any of those so-called stars you gaze upon. You're the only Jaromir I know. You should know that, seeing as we've been friends since childhood. Jude, I'm terribly disappointed. 10 whole years have passed since we first met. I had thought you'd grow out of it eventually, yet you insist on immersing yourself in this tedious, unrewarding work. We are pupils of the studium. It is all but blasphemy to whittle away the best of your years, nose stuck between dusty old tomes. Now why don't you set aside your wayward aspirations and join me in the Faculty of Literature? You might even be able to fetch you a decent-looking bride. I've recently joined the Poetry Lovers Club. We speak on love and life while sipping the finest of teas. Does that not sound pleasurable to you? Jaromir, was it not you who introduced me to the wonders of astronomy? What made you lose interest in the subject? That is neither here nor there. I'm simply worried you're wasting away time here. All on your own. Just promise me you'll think on it, alright? Was that your friend? Ah, I must apologize for not introducing you. That was Jeremir, a childhood friend of mine. Ever since I could remember, we would spend our nights together gazing up at the stars. It was a decade ago when it happened. Two of us took part in an astronomer's workshop. One night, when we were looking up at the night sky, we spotted a mysterious blue light. Concluding it was unidentified celestial body, we immediately notified the studium's faculty of astronomy. No matter how much they searched, they were unable to find the light we had seen. In the end, the studium chalked it up to the ramblings of imaginative schoolchildren. Out of sheer frustration, we decided to join the faculty of astronomy, vowing to one another that we'd one day rediscover the azure body we saw that day. Jeremir, being a summer older than I, enrolled first. When I finally entered, it was as though he were a different person. All vestiges of the old Jeremir, and the promise we made one another, forgotten. I joined this faculty hoping to fulfill our dreams of the decade prior, yet ever timid and easily cowed. I do not see how I will accomplish this alone. It was Jeremir, always leading the way. Without him, I am lost. You are not alone. You're right. With your help, perhaps there is still hope. I do not know what I can do or how far I will get, but I must at least try. Thank you very much. You've done so much for me already, but I've yet to even ask your name. Oh, he literally doesn't know my name yet. Fox, I'm looking forward to working with you. I hope the ingredients aren't going to be annoying. It's a good thing I'm a hoarder. What is he doing? Wait, what was that animation? Fox, let us waste no time in getting to work. I'd like to ask you to craft Starland's braces. They are arguably the most important pieces. Okay. Are you going to give me the materials? 6 Starland's braces. Oh no! How much do I need? Wait, okay, so 1 is equal to 3 of these. So I need 24 cotton balls. Whoops. What is the last one? How do I not have any sea swallow leather? 24 sea skins. I don't like how it doesn't stay on the screen as I'm in my retainers. Wait, it's a level 80 craft? This might take longer than the gathering one. Just for me, like, to dig through all my inventories. But stunning craftsmanship. Your talent is incredible. You are a star among stars. Thank you. Without your help, I'd have no hope of ever finishing the Star Lens. Listen here, Jude. Today I'm going to show you how to make the most of what should be the best summers of your life. Are you familiar with the concept of barbecues? Barbecues? It is a culinary practice originating from the archipelagos off the coast of the New World. Various cuts of meat are thoroughly braised over the span of half a day. Many of our peers prefer studying alone in dreary silence, but that is not so with the Poetry Club. We gather around the fire of the barbecue, discussing the finer points of literature, reciting poetry as we watch the meat smoke and sear. Perhaps the flames that sear the meat will finally ignite a fire in your heart large enough to propel you into action. At long last, you'll be able to declare your undying love for that homely yet somehow still alluring girl. What do you say? Honestly, I do not know why you would come to me with such a proposal. Join our poetry club, Jude. Just have one taste and you'll realize exactly what you're missing out on. Faramir, you live boldly and elegantly. Unlike you, however, I'm a solitary creature. Just the thought of eating across from another is enough to send chills down my spine. Nonsense. Surely you at least take meals with your peers. You are my only friend. You jest? I never learned how to make friends. They do not teach you that at school. This is but further evidence. You mustn't remain here alone and isolated. I'll continue to visit until I get that through your thick head. Faramir never fails to impress me. He has so many friends who, unlike me, are all outgoing and full of cheer. He seems to be having so much fun. If only I could be more like him. You'll get there. Although he literally just invited you out to barbecue, so you know. You're right. Lamenting my situation will get me nowhere. Chin up, Jude. If you're always looking down, you'll forget to look at the stars. Exactly. Thank you. I feel much better now. That said, we still lack the necessary parts to complete the Star Lens. I still have a few things to take care of, but you'll be hearing from me again before long. Thanks to his encouragement, my heart, which was as weak as a marmot, has now grown a bit tougher. Tough enough to match pudding. I feel like this one's gonna really hurt me, this questline. Jude now considers you a marginally scary individual. I think these cutscenes are taking like a while, so we're going to run another ad to just push the next ad back way further. I should prep on the next item while we wait though, because I can look ahead. Hello, Vero. What is Imperial Lens? Great. 30 palm logs, 24 out. The 24 owl nasty fur. Yellow Alumin 6. Honestly, while that ad is playing, I can start on these. Okay, the ad finished. We'll just continue with this cutscene. I started working on the next craft. Just because that ad was gonna hit in like 11 minutes. I wasn't sure how long this cutscene's gonna be. Aha, Fox. Just the man I wanted to see. I have another request to make of you. Would you be up to the task? Thank you. I need for you to craft what is to be the heart and soul of the star lens. You see, an ordinary telescope picks up on starlight, whereas the star lens captures ethereal flickers. This requires what is known as an ethereal lens. While of course materials of a high grade are important, it is the craftsmanship that determines quality, to which I turn to you. Oh, that's pretty fast. Okay, where was I with this then? Oh, this... I see. kinda wanna max it out just to max it out. I don't need the manipulation. That's annoying. Magnificent. Even to the untrained eye, it is easy to see the craftsmanship is second to none. With this ethereal lens, you'll be able to detect even the most distant of ethereal bodies. Once again, I am indebted to you. We are still in the early stages of our journey, but I hope we can continue to press forward with the same amount of fervor. Jude, sequestering yourself in such confined quarters will eventually take a toll on your mental health. Come, there is fun to be had in the outside world. And what exactly does this fun you speak of entail? Allow me to illustrate. I began this morning with a splendid cup of freshly brewed coffee from the last stand. Shortly thereafter, we all gathered at Ox Landing to perform a public poetry recital. I have no poems to recite. 'Tis the spirit that counts. Poetry will help you learn to express yourself more fully, Jude. In fact, why don't you give it a try right now? Make sure you really put your feelings into it. I suppose I can give it a try. If it means I can become a bit more like you. A soul shrouded by the dark abyss. The tears that pour forth as a blood-stricken rain solidify the poison that nestles in my heart. The world returns to nothingness. I regress. Perhaps you need not delve so deeply into your feelings. That aside, now that you've had a taste of what our sessions entail, and what it is like to live every day to the fullest, with your grades and brain, changing faculties should be fairly straightforward. By my next visit, I expect you'll have joined the Faculty of Literature and our Poetry Club. While I know Jaromir attends well, abandoning my studies in pursuit of literature would mean relinquishing my dream of locating the Azure Star. You can't give up on your dreams. You're absolutely right. The whole reason I joined the studium and this association was to see my goals through. Thank you for always being so supportive and returning me to my senses. I just wonder why Jaromir is so unrelenting in his attempts to have me withdraw from my studies. I do not understand. Astronomy was his first love. Though we were momentarily sidetracked, I would like to thank you once again for your help. I'm eager to continue our work together. With you by my side, the resolve in my heart has hardened, and I feel as though the strength of a chocobo rages within me. We're now an individual that takes time to warm up to strangers. Fox. Let us jump straight into the next part of the process. I ask that you would craft another vital part of the star lens. You see, the operation of this particular type of telescope requires highly specialized magic. While I understand the mechanics behind this magic, pure volume required far surpasses that at my disposal. Please might you be so kind as to craft ethereal amplifiers for me. There are no words to express how thankful I am, Fox. Not only are you assisting me with producing the star lens, but you continue to encourage me every step of the way. Ethereal amplifiers. It's a good thing I'm a hoarder for these. Oh shoot, I didn't realize I had so much in my inventory. Wait. It was Evelyn? Oh, it was Evelyn. With the ethereal amplifiers, I should finally be able to channel enough magic to operate our star lens. Fox, it's absolutely perfect. Thank you. I've just finished looking over the last delivery. We're so close to having all the parts necessary to begin assembly. Dude, today must be your lucky day. The ever-busy Jaromir has decided to grace you with his presence. Who are these people? No doubt they're here to extort coin from me. I must report them to the studium's guard post haste. Thinking aloud again, are we? You need not worry. They are with me. In fact, they are members of the poetry group I mentioned. I brought them here so everyone could get acquainted. Nice to meet you, Jude. She's speaking to me! Of course she's speaking to you. That is, of course, the reason we are here, is it not? Ah, you must be the craftsman assisting Jude. Do also feel free to drop in on one of our poetry meets sometime, should it strike your fancy. So what do you think? A magnificent group of people, are they not? We were just on our way to the last stand. Would you care to join us? Steady now, Jerem. Jeremy is trying to help you. He knows you have no friends, and is attempting to coax you out of your shell. You really should be thankful. Truly. Absolutely not. Apologies, but I'm currently in the middle of producing something known as a star lens. Perhaps another time. What is this nonsense? Come now, Jude. Join us just this one time. Only regret awaits should you continue down this dark path. How can you say that with such certainty? Trust me, he knows exactly what he's talking about. Please, that's enough. Let's just be on our way, shall we? Having to meet new people is quite draining. I must say, however, I'm rather proud of myself. Normally I would have been so nervous, even the thought of speaking would cause me to lose consciousness. I must be growing. You're improving. It is you I have to thank, Fox. Your continued support has allowed me to really blossom. Now enough about me. We're so close to the finish line. Just a bit more work, the Starlands will be complete. Before we proceed, however, there's one thing I must confirm. Please come back to see me when you next find the time. Thanks to Fox, the chocobo in my heart has transformed into a mighty hobgoblin. We're now a good-natured individual. I think we can do the next cutscene before the Twitch ad destroys us. A 10-year promise. Last we met, I mentioned there was something I needed to confirm before proceeding. The something concerned Jaromir. Since joining the studium, I've not had the chance to have a proper discussion with him. There's so much I would like to ask him, such as why he refuses to speak of our vow from 10 years ago, or why he insists so fervently that I drop my studies. For the longest time, I was too scared to confront him. I thought if he had truly lost interest in astronomy, maybe we wouldn't have anything in common anymore, and... Never mind. That's no longer relevant. Thanks to you and our Starlands journey, I've become confident enough to face my fears head-on. I plan to meet Jaromir and ask him what happened to the promise we made, at the exact spot where we encountered the Azure Star in Tranquility. But I'm positive that if I ask him to come, Jaromir will find another clever excuse to avoid me. Please, Fox, would you be so kind as to ask him in my stead? Thank you. You can likely find him at Ox Landing reciting poetry with his friends. In the meantime, I'll make my way to Tranquility and wait for you and Jaromir there. Where is Ox Landing? Is that by the pier? Oh, it's by the Lavalier estate. You there. You're the craftsman helping out the Faculty of Astronomy. I take it you're not here to recite poetry. You're looking for Jaromir. Sure, I can point you in his direction. But you have to do something for me first. You see, there's this girl. She spurned my advances a few days ago. I can see you are also flabbergasted to learn she rejected a dashing young man, such as myself. So what do you need me to do? Aren't we snappy? Well, I know just the thing that will elevate me from simply charming to outstanding. A set of classy writing utensils. I want you to craft them for me. I will, of course, see that you are furnished with everything you need. After all, such consideration is the defining quality of a gentleman. At least he's giving me the materials. Just ask this boy right next to me for materials. He still owes me for a rather large sum of gold. And we'll see that all your expenses are covered. Let's hurry and get this over with. I cannot stand being indebted to him for a moment longer. Once you finish... Okay. Excellent. With this exquisite set, I will no doubt be able to produce poetry beyond that of an average club member. You have no choice but to rethink her foolish decision. Alright. You want to know where Jaromir is? You can find him at Scholar's Harbor right about this time. A real wet blanket this one is, if you ask me. No need to say that. He's only just joined and has yet to settle in, is all. What faculty did he transfer over from again? He is certainly not going to be happy if I told you. You're going to have to ask someone else. Sounds to me like he's harboring a few secrets, then. Yes, yes. The utensils you crafted are superb. Rather than dallying about admiring your handiwork, however, you'd best hurry to Scholar's Harbor if you want to catch Jaromir. So he is at the pier. Oh my gosh, we have 11 minutes before the next ad strikes. Oh, it's you, the craftsman working with Jude. What can I do for you? Want to talk to you about Jude. You want to speak with me regarding Jude? Very well. I suppose I can spare a few moments if it concerns our dear friend Jude. Shall we talk here, or did you wish to speak in private elsewhere? Tranquility. I'll be on my way then. So what exactly did you wish to speak with me about? I see. I suspected as much. Of course I should have known you'd be suspicious. You have always been 2 steps ahead of me. Even so, you still came. I have words for you that have been left unsaid for far too long. Jaromir, why did you quit the Faculty of Astronomy? So you know I once presided there. It would be odd if I didn't. Surely even you knew you wouldn't be able to feign ignorance for long. I ask you again, why did you quit the Faculty of Astronomy? 10 years ago, we made a vow at this very spot. We swore together we'd search and find the Azure Star together. Why would you renege on our promise now? Have you come to hate astronomy? Me? Hate astronomy? Ha! Please do not be silly. Finding that star meant the world to me. You'll also be forced to face the truth one day, just as I have. Allow me to warn you before it is too late. I'm but 1 summer older than you. I shed blood, sweat, and tears to ensure I'd be able to earn a place to study at the studium. I kept silent about which faculty I was to enter, because I'd hoped to make some progress towards our goal and surprise you with it once you joined. Upon hearing members were free to use the telescope at any time, I joined the Classical Astronomical Association. I plan to devote all my spare time to our investigation. For several months, day in and day out, I took that telescope and observed every last corner of the sky without fail. To my utter despair, I was unsuccessful in ever locating the Azure Star. Even so, I refused to give up on our dream. I thought perhaps a more powerful telescope was required, so after much negotiating with my professors, I was granted leave to use the finest equipment available in the studium. Yet for all my effort, all my planning, I could find not so much as a glimmer of that bloody star in the night sky. I'm getting tongue-twisted. I grew more wary by the day, and was eventually forced to come to a harrowing realization. The Azure Star does not exist. It never did. Just as the scholars at the studium told us back then, we imagined it. The Azure Star doesn't exist? If in fact what you say is true, then why not tell me sooner? Same as me. Finding that star meant everything to you. How could I possibly tell you that? If the Azure Star doesn't exist, then what have I been working toward this entire time? I understand your feelings better than you know. Forgetting about it will take time, but it can be done. Promise me, however, you won't forget this, Jude. I am and always will be your friend and ally. My life, without the Azure Star giving me direction and purpose, is meaningless. What am I to do? What do you want to do? Yes, you're absolutely right. Letting someone or something determine my life's path is the easy way out. I'm the only one that can decide what's right for me. Let's return to Maker's Meat. There's something I would like to investigate. I'm going to run an ad while I figure out what the next ingredients are going to be. I'll be right back. What in the world am I making next? I see. Hey, I think everyone should be back by now, so let's talk. Even Jeremir was unable to find it. There's a good chance the Azure Star truly does not exist. There is, however, one other possibility. There is the chance it is out there, just not observable with the tools that were at his disposal. The journey we're about to embark upon is about as dark and uncertain as a flight through a starless night sky. Regardless, I shall not give up. This is a dream I pursued for a decade. I cannot walk away without a fight. Alone, I would have no hope of continuing Jeremir's work, but with you by my side, perhaps I can accomplish that, which even he is not. Fox, can I count on your continued assistance? I will see you through your adventure. I knew I could count on you. Thank you, Fox. Once I have everything sorted, let's begin production post-haste. His continued encouragement has really lit a fire in my heart. I feel as fierce as a bomb. What do you say we pick up where we left off, Fox? Where traditional telescopes gather light to project an image, the star lens captures etheric glimmers, casts that onto the surface of water, and is making stargazing possible. That sounds cool, it's like a projector telescope then. As I was constructing the star lens, I realized I was missing the very piece that would allow me to do just that. This is where I will need to, once again, borrow your seasoned hands. Might you craft some ethereal conductors for me? Once these are finished, there will be but one thing left to do. We have the materials in our inventory, so this should be faster than normal. I have to go through this crafting process, though. counting on you to make me some ethereal conductors. They will allow me to project the aether captured by the starlands onto water. You have my gratitude. Truly, I am blessed to have crossed paths. The craftsmen, such as yourself, I believe our fateful union is what shall lead us to the rediscovery of the Azure Star. Excellent. Now I have nearly everything I need. Just one last piece, and we'll be one step away from a completed star lens. Even if I am unable to find the Azure Star, meeting you has taught me the importance of perseverance. It is a lesson I shall never forget. Oh, what am I saying? Of course I will find it. I must. It is a dream I have spent my last decade pursuing. Why is there so many get a hold of yourselves? Exactly. Keep up the good work. Yes, I will continue to give it my all. When you find the time to craft the final missing piece, please come and find me. I will be here eagerly awaiting your visit. That was a very fast dialogue. Thanks to his support, the fire in my heart grows by the minute. In fact, it feels almost as though Ifrit has taken up residence within me. A friend he can confide in. We're finally his friend. Thanks to you, the completion of the star lens is in sight. Without you by my side, I would have no doubt given up before the journey even began. Speak not just of finding the Azure Star, but also confronting Jaromir as to why he quit astronomy. Words are not enough to express my gratitude. Now here we stand at the finish line, and I have one last request to make of you. Channeling magic into the star lens requires a wand. Would you please craft one for me? Did you ever find yourself short on materials? Please help yourself to whatever is in the trunk. How hard could this craft possibly be? It looks kind of easy, actually. Doing my normal pattern. Finish this. You finish crafting the final piece? It looks like a staff. Absolutely perfect. Now that I have the necessary parts, all that's left to do is search for the Azure Star. When the time comes, might I be so bold as to ask you to join me? There's also one other individual I wish could be there. That being said, there is no guarantee that the Azure Star even exists. I do not wish to disappoint them again. Even so, I would like to search the skies once again with Jaromir. After all, it is a dream we've shared for a decade. Not at least asking would be a form of betrayal in itself. Given the time, he is most likely at Ox Landing, reciting poetry with his friends. As soon as I finish putting everything together, I will go straight there. Please wait with Jaromir for me at Ox Landing. Ah, it's you again. I apologize, but we have nothing more to discuss. You may have nothing more to say, but I have plenty. Jude. The Starlands that Fox and I have been working on is now complete. It would mean the world to me if you came to watch me begin my search for the Azure Star. I'm sorry, Jude. I'm afraid that is something I cannot do. What do you mean you cannot? This is your childhood friend we're talking about. You should go with him. The Azure Star truly doesn't exist. Isn't it your duty to be by his side when he learns the truth? You don't understand. I searched for a decade for that star. It is nowhere to be found. A decade? Surely you jest. What an absolute waste of time that was. Ha! To think you were this close to throwing out all the best years of your life chasing a figment of your imagination? If such a thing existed, the top academics in the Faculty of Astronomy would have already found it. Did you not even take that into consideration? By the gods, you must be even dumber than a sack of rocks. You... How dare you speak such atrocities? Huh? Are you talking to me? You, nor anyone else, has the right to ridicule us. Threaten and laugh at me all you like. You'll not strip me of my dream. Then maybe what you need is some sense knocked into you. I'd strongly recommend against that. You see that craftsman there? He's an adventurer from overseas, and certainly not someone you want to pick a fight with. Even you don't stand a chance. You'd best watch your back. What a baby. Dude, in all our years together, I don't think I've ever seen you so upset. Much less speak up the way you did. I'll admit, I surprised myself a little. My heart is still pounding. I just couldn't let it go when I thought about everything you had invested. The audacity he has to utter such words. I lived, ate, and breathed that dream. When I discovered there was no hope of fulfilling it, the despair that overcame me was beyond words. I felt worthless. That is why I could say nothing aloud earlier. Even if some of the members of the poetry club are a little rough around the edges, this is the only place I have. When we were children, and I was crying because I did not fit in with the others, you invited me to join you in stargazing. You gave me a place to belong in this world. And now I'm asking you to join me in that place once more, gazing up at the skies. Very well. But this will be it for me, Jude. Then let us make our way to Scholar's Harbor. I must first return to the workshop and retrieve the star lens, so I will meet the two of you there. To think that Jude has changed so drastically in such a short span of time. Seems what he needed was not someone to take him by the hand, but rather coax him forward from behind. there we go. Let us begin, then. So this is the star lens. Doesn't look like much. "10 years ago, on that fateful day, we were attempting to observe the constellations aligning with the fifth heaven's gate. I will begin by positioning the star lens in the same manner. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. The stars can be seen with such clarity. However, the azure star we saw back then does not shine among them. Not that I expected anything different. After all, one cannot see, even with state-of-the-art technology, that which does not exist. You did well, Jude. Star Lens is quite an impressive piece of work. Wait. It's for this exact reason the amplifier exists. Or do we need more? Dude, I want to believe it exists just as much as you, but... it exists. It's there somewhere, right before our very eyes. Please reveal to us your brilliance once more, just as you did 10 years ago. Termir, look! It's real! It truly does exist! We didn't imagine it! It's... real. Why did I give up so easily? Jude, you are extraordinary. I rather enjoyed that one. That one made me cry. That one made me tear up. Fox, it is all thanks to you that our decade of hard work did not go to waste. Which reminds me, did you see where Jeremir wandered off to? He was with us when we entered the studium grounds. Ah, yes. This feels much better. Now that's more like the Jeremir I know. Fox, wouldn't you agree the style suits him better? That's, some nice fabric. By the sound of it, Fox wholeheartedly disagrees. Thank you at least for attempting to mask your distaste with a polite compliment. Either way, I finally come to realize that simply transforming my appearance does not change who I was on the inside. But that is neither here nor there. What I wish to talk about is the Azure Star. There's something about it that has been nagging at the back of my mind. How is it you succeeded with an ancient lens made of water, where the latest, most advanced equipment of the studium failed? Ah, of course. The star lens allows us to see by capturing not the light of the stars, but their aether, correct? I see. You believe that due to how far away the Azure Star resides from us. A traditional telescope would have trouble capturing the light it emits. The star lens, meanwhile, can capture an image of its aether, the very life force of the star. I can scarcely imagine how much further our technology must advance for telescopes to perceive such distant celestial bodies. Strange, then, that we were able to see the Azure Star all those years ago. How do you suppose we accomplished such a feat? At the time, we were using a toy crafted for children. The lens, contrary to proper telescopes, was made from low-quality crystal. The aether of that crystal lens is likely what allowed us to pick up on the star's glow. But after we reported what we saw, the Faculty of Astronomy conducted their own observations under similar, if not identical, conditions and found nothing. What if the intensity of its ethereal emissions is prone to periodic fluctuations? An ethereal cycle, if you will. Stands to reason that night 10 years ago, the Azure Star had reached its peak. A brief, miraculous window wherein the star's aether was such that we could catch a glimpse with our crystal lens telescope. Incredible as always, Jaromir. You've always been very sharp. Sharp or not, my abilities pale in comparison to your sheer drive, Jude. Thanks to said drive, we have rediscovered an alternate means of viewing stars in the night sky. And if your theory is correct, then that means there are far more stars out there than we ever suspected waiting to be discovered. It certainly seemed that way. This may very well revitalize and revolutionize the field of astronomy. Let us continue working together to find them, Jaromir. Let us continue to breathe life into the dreams of those two young boys from 10 years ago. Jude, you forget I am no longer with the Faculty of Astronomy. In case you've already forgotten, I'm a rather persistent fellow. I waited this long. I could stand to wait a bit longer for your return. I cannot argue with that. Never did I think, when we began this journey, that it would come to such a spectacular end. Thank you once again, Fox. While our time together was short, it was incredibly fruitful. I'm devastated to have to say goodbye. We, however, shall continue to reside under the same stars. When I want to remember our time together, I'll simply look to the skies. I pray we will meet again. You shall always remain a treasured and true friend of mine. The fires of Efreet, nay, a phoenix, have taken up residence in my heart, where they will continue to burn forevermore. We are a treasured and trusted friend. Oh my gosh. These are taking so long. We're almost done, though. We have 2 more faculties, and then we have the combination thing. The thing that unlocks after you complete all of them. We'll save this man for later. She's the culinarian. Okay. I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna run an ad while I'm gone. Just need to be right back. Be right back. I need something to drink real quick. I honestly didn't think it was going to take this long to get through these quests, but it's been 5 hours and I'm still not close to being done. Perfectly awful. Greetings, sir. I am De Broy, a student at the Nutritional Sciences from Professor Galvaroche's research laboratory. Pray excuse me, at your service. If I'm not mistaken, you're the culinarian who has come to us by way of Key Alaviapo's introduction, yes? Wonderful. I'd very much like to request your help with a certain... oh my. Forgive me, my stomach is not entirely at its best. Professor Galvaroche bid me try a sample of a newly created comestible, you see. The taste was, well, and the texture. Oh dear. Perhaps you should just experience it firsthand. One mouthful is worth 1,000 words and all that. Pray join me over at Maker's Meat. I can initiate you in the wonders of experimental foodstuffs. Why would I want to put that in my mouth? Hello? I do not hoard food ingredients. I'm probably gonna have to buy a lot of this from the market board. Thank you ever so much for coming. Let's set the table for you, shall we? It's just Arkenloaf, isn't it? On first inspection, it seems to be an ordinary loaf of bread, yes? Now try a slice. That's a face. The initial flavor is like savoring the absurdity of mankind, which gradually transitions into an awareness of your own futility in the face of inexorable fate. It is quite possibly the worst thing you have ever eaten. Doesn't it taste awful? When it comes to the perfect meal, flavor is irrelevant. Professor Calvaroke, I wasn't... Why, the very concept of gourmet cuisine has led to all manner of unhealthy excess. Too much salt, too much sugar, and entirely too much fatty content is employed in the pursuit of satisfying this obsession with taste. The panaloaf we are laboring so hard to produce will contain everything necessary to sustain an adult body in one efficient, easily consumed serving. As I said, the perfect meal. Professor, if I might introduce... By Thaliac, all this time wasted on idle chatter. If we are ever to attain true perfection, then every spare moment must be spent upon our research. Your task was to improve the panaloaf's digestibility, was it not? Then let us be getting on with it. Swift, sure, efficient. You must excuse the professor's brusque manner. I know he seems eccentric, but the field of nutritional science was practically built upon the foundation of that man's research. Surely you've heard of the infamous Archon loaf. It's Professor Galvaroke who proposed the recipe. In any case, I do apologize for serving you such a foul-tasting creation, but I needed you to understand the gravity of the situation. Come to the last stand, and I shall offer you something to cleanse your palate, while I more fully explain the issue at hand. I already do not like the professor. He's very easy to dislike. Pray take a seat, and I shall be with you in a moment. I hope you still have an appetite. Wow. Lobster. Lobster salad? Question mark? When I'm not studying, I actually work here in the kitchens. That one there is a dish I devised myself, using all the knowledge I've acquired about food and flavor. Enjoy! Incredible! As if my tongue has been purified by some divine nectar. I'm so glad you liked it. What you do is, you take a lobster, freshly caught from the Indigo Deep, scoop out the meat, and saute with butter and olive oil. Next you steam in white wine, but you must take care not to overcook it at this point. You need to stuff it back into the shell, sprinkle liberally with thyme, oregano, and rosemary, for baking in the oven at a steady heat. Not too hot, of course, and then just literally just like perfectly cooked lobster. Well, whatever you did, it was delicious. My apologies. As you may have noticed, cooking is something of a passion of mine. Which brings us to my present problem, and the reason I so desperately require your assistance. It all began when agents of the Forum contacted Professor Galvarok, seeking to draw upon his wisdom and the nutritional expertise of his research facility. Their request was simple. They wished him to invent a singular meal that could provide all the daily nutrients a person needs to survive. They expressed their intent to develop a food supply for emergencies, and thus the only condition imposed was that it be possible to prepare this miracle dish from ingredients readily available in Labyrinthos. I wonder why. For his part, the professor threw himself into the work with routine intensity, using Archon loaf as a base to devise a new type of bread, the most recent batch of which I inflicted upon you earlier. Archon loaf was never praised for its flavor to begin with. It seems the more nutrients you pack into the mix, the more revolting it becomes. Some volunteers have been known to retch up the contents of their bellies after choking down a sample. Suspecting that a difficulty with digestion was to blame, Professor Galvarok asked that I work on making our meal easier to stomach, but the fact is, it simply tastes terrible. Can you imagine if there truly was some emergency and we were forced to live on Paneloaf alone? People would survive, of course, but gods would they wish they hadn't. To make matters worse, the professor sees gourmet cooking as a wasteful abomination. Before him adopts his recipe, there's a very real chance he might champion Paneloaf, not only as a candidate for emergency supplies, but as a new, nationwide food staple. By and large, Charlayans prefer meals that are easily prepared and easily consumed over more flavorful, but less time-efficient culinary efforts. Scholars busy with their research will settle for sandwiches more often than not. And that ambivalent attitude towards food is exactly why I fear this horrible bread might actually be accepted into our everyday diets. As a Charlayan myself, I never had much interest in fine dining. Then I tried a dish at the last stand, and it was as if an entirely new world had opened up before me. I soon discovered that a course in nutritional science would grant access to a vast repository of information on recipes and ingredients. So I enrolled as a student at the studium's Faculty of Medicine. But their approach to food preparation was purely academic, utilitarian. I reasoned that if I was to learn anything about gourmet cooking, then finding employment here would be the surest route. In fact, I was on the brink of abandoning my formal studies altogether when this request came in from the Forum. As a lover of fine foods, nay, as a person with a functional tongue, I am compelled to prevent this crime against cuisine from entering society in its current form. Fortunately, I have the opportunity to improve the Paneloaf's flavor under the guise of carrying out the professor's instructions. It will, however, be exceedingly difficult to enhance the taste without sacrificing any nutritional value. Especially considering my lack of practical experience, my theory is sound, but when it comes to technical expertise. And that, my dear culinarian, is why I need you. If you decide to help, then please, I beg you, come and see me at Maker's Meat. I need to save this poor girl. Could you imagine eating something so, like, nutritionally packed it makes you throw up? I guess it would be like eating a like an extra large vitamin, wouldn't it? In bread form. But like the entire thing is just the vitamin. Ah, there you are. Can I assume this means you wish to aid me with my Panaloaf predicament? No one else must suffer as I have. Then I gladly accept your assistance. Praise the scholar for bringing us the savior in our hour of need. Oh dear me, I just realized, how could I put you through all that and not ask your name? Well then, Fox, I look forward to working with you. Faculty of Medicine. You would think that this would be like culinarian, but it's literally the Faculty of Medicine. Let's get straight down to business, shall we? The main problem with Panaloaf is that the recipe calls for a wide variety of wholesome substances, resulting in an extremely eclectic and subsequently extremely disgusting mixture of flavors. Now I've managed to bake a slightly less repulsive version by adjusting the balance of ingredients, but the taste remains indistinct and unsatisfying. It needs seasoning of some kind, and badly. To that end, I've put together a recipe for a sweetener, using those materials which are readily available in Labyrinthos, not in any amount which would contradict our healthy and nutritious mandate, of course. Concocting the sweetener itself, however, is a job for the experts, so I'd like to entrust it to you. Very soon we will have taken our first steps to making the Panaloaf halfway enjoyable. Jugs of Panaloaf sweetener. Oh no. Okay, whatever. Free garden beets. Why do I have so much lime basil? Oh, no, wait, that's probably out of all my inventories. I guess this medicine, because it's cooking and alchemy combined into one. And then the last facet, or not facet, the last faculty is blacksmith armor smithing. But that means it would be goldsmithing too. It's gonna be goldsmithing, armor smithing, blacksmithing. Because there's 8 jobs for crafting. 16 minutes before the next ad. I didn't realize we're capped. That's cool. Thank you, Fox. After trying a little taste, I can safely say that you've managed to hit the sweet spot. Not overly mild and not overly rich. With your sweetener added to the mix, I went ahead and baked the second test batch of Panaloaf. As for the result, well, took some samples over to the last stand for the customers to try. They said the taste was passable, which is a significant improvement over the nausea-inducing wretchedness of the original recipe. As I had hoped, a little sweetness was instrumental in tying the myriad flavors together. The key here being a little sweetness. We wouldn't want to go overboard and endanger the nutritional balance of our perfect meal. Oh, I'm told one of our regulars is at his table today. He is a man with a decidedly particular palate. Why don't we head over and ask for his impression of our second batch? Oh, do we have to keep going to the last stand? Oh, it just takes me there. If I may ask, what did you think of the bread, sir? Not bad. Not bad. I give the flavor a passing grade. The texture, however, needs some attention. Ah, the texture. Not overly noticeable with a bite-sized sample, but after one or two full slices, I fear one might begin to struggle with the somewhat dry and powdery consistency. I had not considered that. Thank you for your most valuable insight, sir. We will certainly keep that in mind for future batches. Well, that was a much-needed reminder. In my rush to enhance the flavor, I've neglected to account for the changes in the texture. Introducing the sweetener must have affected the consistency of the dough. Nothing is ever simple, is it? Improving the texture will be our next task, then. I'll give the problem some thought, then we can work together on creating the solution. Her reliable baker. An ad is kind of approaching, so I'm gonna just run an ad while we just run around. Okay, I'll be right back. Maybe I can look up what the next thingy is gonna be. Dude, these suck. Where even is my palm sugar? It's in there somewhere. Oh, it's at the end of the list. That's where it is. Well, that ad's gonna keep running, so we're just going to batch craft this for a bit. For this ad to stop. Okay, we seem to be back, so let's continue. Ah, Fox, my partner in Panaloaf Improvement. I've been researching the subject of texture. I think I found the cause of our powdery problem. The answer lies in the yeast. It seems the sugar content of the sweetener weakened its usual effects, preventing the dough from being fully leavened. Which means that if we can create a yeast more properly suited to sweeten the dough, then our bread will be as moist as we care to make it. Knowing, however, is not quite the same as doing. While I understand the basics, formulating yeast from scratch is rather beyond my current abilities. Once more, I must call upon you to rise to the occasion. Sorry. These interim breaks are pretty fast. afraid our bread will never be all that it can be. We cannot solve this yeastly dilemma. Why does she have to use all these bread puns? Now this is some potent looking yeast. Trust me, after the hours I spent staring at such things during my studies, the quality is obvious. Thanks to all your hard work, the third test batch of Paneloaf turned out just as moist as we'd hoped. And all without compromising the original integrity of its nutritional content. It was well received by the clientele at the last stand, and even our difficult-to-please regular gave it his seal of approval. I would, however, like to hear the opinion of the, to my knowledge, foremost gourmand in Charlayan. I speak of Master Dickon, the owner of the last stand. Everything I know about gourmet cooking I owe to that man. Come, why don't we go and see what he has to say? Oh, he's gonna hate it, isn't he? Probably gonna be nice about it, too. Master Dickon, what did you think of the third batch? Aye, it's a decent loaf, alright. Certainly a far cry from what you started with. That very first sample tasted like a sponge fished out of a sewer ditch. That sounds really gross. I expect you have your new friend to thank for the sudden leap in progress. I swore a vendetta against that foul-tasting evil. Oh, my dear Fox, you are a gourmet after my own heart, a crusader for culinary quality. Be that as it may, you yet have work to do. You've worked wonders with the taste and the texture, but there's no aroma. It needs a savory scent to draw you in and set your mouth to watering. Though it isn't smelly enough. The road to gastronomic excellence is never ending, it seems. But if that is what it takes to earn your full approval, then we must bake on. Honestly, like, freshly baked bread smells really good. So I could see what they're coming from. You remind me of old Mervyn. He was the fellow who built this place and dedicated his life to bringing fine food to Charlayan. That life ended before he truly accomplished his goal. The last stand passed on to me. Even now, gourmet cooking remains something of a foreign concept in this nation. The kind of place where puffed-up experts like your professor label their nutritional experiments the perfect meal. As if anything with such a revolting flavor could ever be deemed perfect. Listen, the last stand was named so for a reason. We're a cultural outpost, the final defense against those who would condemn Charlayan's diet to blandness and monotony. Monotony. If you share Mervyn's dream, and I believe you do, then I implore you to carry on his legacy. After hearing what Master Dickon had to say, I'm more determined than ever to make a truly perfected Paneloaf. As before, allow me some time to cogitate on the problem, and then we can see about adding a tantalizing aroma to the next batch of bread. We're now an indispensable baker. Wow, she really considers us with high esteem. I think I have it, Fox. A method to infuse the Paneloaf with a more alluring aroma. Just fill it full of garlic. The key is to blend a more fragrant oil into the dough, which will not only lend our bread a lovely scent, but also improve its savory flavor. Oils and fats need to be kept to the absolute minimum, of course, so we'll need a variety that provides the greatest effect for the smallest amount. A basic idea of how a low-fat aromatic substance might be achieved, but oil requires your help with the advanced processes involved to make it. Sorry, that was terrible. I didn't even notice that pun, hold on. Okay. That was terrible. That went way over my head. Bottles of panel oil. Oh no, it requires alkahest. Holy smokes, that's so many ingredients. Well, I guess it's a good thing I have, like, a ridiculous stock of these ingredients. Wait, I don't have any of this. Okay, I have a lot of Perilla oil. That should be fine. 24 Perilla oil. More Perilla oil? So we have the spring water, the Gerbera, tiger lily. That's what I need. Oh, 16 tiger lilies. Oops. That took me way too long to figure out what 24 would equal to. I seem to be dropping frames. I think it's actually my internet. Yeah, sorry. My internet's freaking out right now. Seems to stabilize now, though. I could tell because my crafting was lagging, too. I think it was just a hiccup in my internet. I think we're good now, though. NQ foods are so gross. Fragrant oil. That will be the secret ingredient in our 4th and hopefully final test batch. Gracious me, that smells incredible. I'm actually drooling. Once we work that aroma into the bread, people will be lining up to try a slice. We've done it, Fox. The aromatic temptation of our 4th batch has proven irresistible. Last Stand patrons have even started placing orders for us to bake more. And in a happy coincidence, the new oil also served to plump up our loaf until it resembled a small, scrumptious cloud. I even measured the fat content just in case, and we are well within the accepted parameters. Surely now we've achieved true bakery perfection. I suppose there's only one way to find out. Let's head over to the cafe and ask for Master Dixon's verdict. Dickon's. Dickon. Not Dixon. Dickon. Please, Master Dickon, don't leave us in suspense. This is unacceptable. I cannot have you baking bread that's more delicious than mine. You've outdone yourselves this time. Full marks. Yes. Now that we have the Master's unconditional approval, I believe that signals an end to our testing process. We make a wonderful team, Fox. How disappointing to find you frittering away the hours like this, and here, of all places. You set aside my assignment on digestive issues to pursue the trivial art of gourmet cooking? I'll not deny it. That is exactly what I've been doing. And let me tell you why. The problem with Panaloaf was never a difficulty with digestion. It was the awful taste that was making people feel ill. Lest you believe our efforts in vain, then I ask that you try a sample of our 4th test batch. I think you'll find the flavor much improved. Nay, I have no interest in your mundane concerns over flavor. The very subject sickens me. What I will do, however, is analyze the nutritional value of your much improved Panaloaf. We shall see if it even meets the criteria for a proper meal substitute. I must inform you that your 4th test batch is a failure. It is sorely lacking in ascorbic acid, a vital nutrient which any prospective meal replacement must contain. Deficient levels of ascorbic acid lead to outbreaks of scurvy. It is an illness which often afflicts sailors on long sea voyages. can also be prevalent in times of famine and hardship. Citrus fruits are an effective measure to combat scurvy, but one cannot always rely on a fresh supply of oranges or lemons. As such, the perfect meal of choice is one which readily fulfills that role. I've already succeeded in adding this nutrient to my original Panaloaf, and I'm prepared to make my submission to the forum. But the acid? How did you... You expect me to reveal my technique to one who so blatantly disregarded my instructions? I'm sorry, Miss De Broy, but you are hereby relieved from your current duty. So be it. I will perfect our version of Panaloaf without your assistance. Submit the recipe as a contender to your own. Oh, it's a cooking contest. A contest, then. And may the best bread win. However, in the event that your recipe fails to garner the forum's favor, I will see you disciplined for the misuse of research funding. Your punishment will be expulsion from my research facility. Nay, from the studium itself. That's a big wager. Professor Galvarok, you're so intent on ruining my employee's future, then I think I'm entitled to a question or two. From what old Mervyn told me, the two of you were once classmates. More than that, you were good friends. So I'd like to understand, why do you hold so much hate for the thing he held so dear? Mervyn was an exceptional student, but he threw away his academic career for the love of a well-made meal. This cafe he built, the incessant taste testing, not more than excuses to indulge in course after course of gourmet food and drink, was reckless pursuit of that passion which sent him to an early grave. Your fine dining is a curse. It befuddled the mind of a brilliant young man, blew him as surely as any slow-acting poison. Now, if you have nothing further to say, I must return to my research. Swift, sure, efficient. I had no idea the professor and Mervyn were ever acquainted, let alone classmates and friends. At least now I understand why my actions upset him so. But we cannot give up. For the sake of Charlane's bellies, you must help me win the forum's minds. Our crusade for culinary quality continues. Thank you, Fox. I shall figure out this issue with ascorbic acid, then we can start on test batch number 5. Although, I think it's time we had a proper name for our Panaloaf. I nominate Mervyn Bread in honor of the Last Stand's founder. Let's get the oven heated up and show the professor what we and our loaves are made of. We're an irreplaceable baker. As Professor Galvaroche so eagerly pointed out, our Mervyn bread cannot be considered a perfect meal until we load it with a sufficient quantity of ascorbic acid. The problem is, all the citrus fruit varieties grown in Labyrinthos have distressingly low values of this key nutrient. They say it has something to do with how the false sun cannot entirely replace the effects of natural sunlight. Thus, for our purposes, we are unlikely to improve the Mervyn bread's level of ascorbic acid simply by adding a Labyrinthos orange or two to the list of ingredients. Yet the professor claimed to have managed this feat. The question is, how? Probably synthesized it himself, right? Yes, it's entirely possible. He may have manufactured the nutrient using elements extracted from readily available Labyrinthos produce. The process he employed, however, is a mystery. It would take me months to research a manufacturing method from scratch, but we cannot allow the professor to submit his Panaloaf unopposed. We need to consult with another expert on the subject. Razad Han is the home of alchemy. One of its noted practitioners, Master Jalvaz, is the Near East's leading authority on nutritional science. I've never had the pleasure myself, but perhaps he will ascend to an audience if we show up on his doorstep. The new Aetheryte allows us to travel to Thavnair directly, so that should save us some time. Let's be swift and sure. We might have to work on efficient. There is an ad coming up, and I'm trying to get through at least this cutscene before it hits. I feel sick to my stomach, but it's nothing compared to the nausea I suffered after one bite of the professor's panel loaf. Come on, we'll find Master Jalvaz in the city proper. But this is the fabled city of Radzadhan. It's even more vibrant than I imagined. Yes, this is my first visit to Thavnair. To be perfectly honest, this is the first time I've ever left Charlayan. What of you, Fox? Have you been here before? Then you can lead the way. I've studied the layout of this place from top to bottom on parchment, but in the flesh, I'd probably get us lost before we'd taken 10 steps. The documents I've read mention Master Jalvaz's affiliation with the High Crucible of Alchemia. I wonder, though. The man should be getting on in years, and he may very well be retired. Anyway, it's somewhere to start. Let's head there now and see if he's still in residence. Now that is an impressive piece of alchemical apparatus. I wager they could concoct almost any mixture they please in such a grand furnace. Oh jeez, there's some lingering ethereal sickness. Let's press on. Jalvaz? Never heard of the fellow. He may have worked here once, but I know none of that name among my present colleagues. Or I know no one of that name. And I suppose he is retired after all. Actually, considering his age, there's no guarantee that the man is even... Well, let's assume he is still among us for the moment. Shall we continue our inquiries? Inquiries? On the floor below. I'm not sure why I had such a hard time saying that. They've spared no expense on this facility. When it comes to the field of alchemy, it would seem that Radzadhan is malms ahead of everyone else. Even the learned professors of Charlayan. Okay, the ad is coming, and I can't stop it. So I'm gonna let it run, and then I'll just wait here until it's done. I'll be right back. Okay, the ad is done. I think we should be good to continue. You're looking for a Jalvaz, the alchemist? That'd be my great-grandfather. But it's been quite some time since he last worked here. Your great-grandfather, he was a great man. He is. Over 100 summers young and still going strong. As a prominent scholar of nutrition and health, he's always practiced what he preaches. Why, he's even spry enough to visit the tavern from time to time. Head over to Maride's Mayhain. You might chance to see him there. That's wonderful news. Thank you. I am very eager to meet him. There you have it, Fox. Our next destination is oh dear. Aetheryte Travel did not agree with me. Deep breaths and away to Maride's Mayhain we go. Well, I guess while we're here... I don't see anyone who matches the portrait from the books. Which makes sense considering how young he was in that particular picture. I wonder what he... This? Don't you worry now, young lady. I'll brew a remedy that'll put you back on your feet in a twinkling. Thank you, sir. Feel ever so much better. Never heard of a bout of ethereal sickness lasting this long. Oh no, my dear. You're quite clearly suffering from a severe case of anemia. All the symptoms point to a lack of ascorbic acid. Without that nutrient, your body has trouble absorbing iron, which in turn leads to thinning blood, a disturbing pallor, and extreme fatigue. The medicine I gave you will remedy the immediate issues, but I strongly suggest you rethink your dietary habits. We wouldn't want your youthful promise stolen by a fatal case of scurvy now, would we? Now that I think on it, I've been eating nothing but Panaloaf samples since we started all this. That's the reason that our yet-to-be-perfected meals would leave me low on ascorbic acid. If Alex saved me, I almost made the same mistake as Mervyn. Your knowledge of the nutritional sciences is most impressive, Master. I was just plain old Jalvez these days, my dear. I'm retired now, but I've learned a thing or two about healthy eating. Longevity over the years. So you are Jalvez. I knew it. My name is DeBroy, and I study nutrition at the studium in Charlayan. I come seeking wisdom from the foremost expert in the field. That being you, of course. If you know of a viable laboratory method for manufacturing ascorbic acid, then I humbly request that you instruct me in the process. Well, isn't this a coincidence? It wasn't long ago that a professor from your studium approached me looking to solve the exact same dilemma. Yes, I know of a method. I was the one who discovered it. But the sweat of my brow comes at a price, Mr. Broy. A rather rich one at that. How rich? The professor paid it without so much as raising an eyebrow. But I'm afraid the cost of my services is beyond the means of an average student. Still, it hardly seems fair to turn you away at the gate. I tell you what, why don't I make you a deal? You see, I have always been a lover of curries, but when you've eaten as many as I have, you begin to grow tired of the same Hannish flavors. Then I recently came to learn of an Eorzean-style curry plate that I am desperate to try. I obtained the recipe from a trader. I've even gone so far as to gather the ingredients so the cook here can take a stab at preparing the dish. But now Destiny has seen fit to drop a pair of Western travelers in my lap. Who better to make Western cuisine than the natives of those lands, huh? So here's my offer. You prepare the curry, and I teach you the method, provided my palate is properly tickled. We accept, I promise you, we'll make the most delicious curry you've ever tasted. The other visitor was almost certainly Professor Galvarok, which means the process he learned is one which can be followed using resources from Labyrinthos. And what's more, Eorzean curry is one of the Last Stand's most famous dishes. I've made it many times. First you caramelize the onions to bring out their sweetness, add the bouillon, dice your choice of meat and stew until tender. Oh, and be sure to skim the floaty bits from the water, of course, and then... save it for the kitchen. Sorry, I did it again, didn't I? Anyway, yes, I know all the steps, aside from mixing the golden spice. Master Dickon was always the one to prepare that ingredient. If you could take care of that part, then I'd be more than happy to handle everything else. As I said, I have all the ingredients you need, and more, besides. Cook away and let me know if you're running low on anything. Ah, my mouth is watering already. Make an HQ golden spice. It looks very easy. It smells wonderful. We'll give our curry the perfect amount of zest. Oh, it looks like, it looks like golden curry. So this is what Eorzean curry looks like. The colors, the aroma. It's so different from what we serve here. Now for the all-important taste. This is box curry, by the way. At least it looks like it. Is it to your liking, sir? It's fantastic. The more you eat, the more layers of flavor compound into a harmonious orchestra of deliciousness. They say you can taste the chef's intention in a meal. Your determination to impress me has infused every bite. Then you'll share your method with us? Of course I will. A meal such as that is worth more than a man's weight in gold. So coconut milk is the key. Does coconut milk have a lot of ascorbic acid? Is that a real fact? Thank you so much, Jalvez, sir. There is one more thing I would ask, if I may. What, in your opinion, is the biggest secret to health and long life? A well-balanced diet is important, no doubt about that, but I believe you must enjoy what you eat. It always seemed to me that digestion is aided by how much one relishes a meal. The better one's digestion, the more nutrients one's body absorbs. Exactly. I've often thought the same myself. This is the same thing as like that, like one of the oldest people was eating like bacon and eggs every morning. They just enjoyed it. You've been a great help to us, sir. We wish you many more years of healthy living to come. Although I would love more... Wait, and although I would love more to more... And although I would love to more thoroughly explore Radzatan's gourmet delights, we must hurry back to Charlane. Perhaps another time. It is getting really late. I just cannot read properly. We are getting through this, one way or another. Thank you, Fox, for accompanying me to such a far-flung locale, and on such short notice. Don't know if I could have secured that alchemical process from Jalvez without your assistance. But now that we have it, our next batch of Mervin bread will be well and truly perfect. This time, for certain. I literally don't remember how we found Jalvez in the first place. So please excuse me while I go up and look at that. Oh, she just says it. There's just a master named Master Jalvez. Okay. State of despair. Oh, Fox. I've been trying to make that ascorbic acid. Done exactly as Jalvez instructed, followed his steps to the letter, but it all ends in failure. As embarrassing as it is to admit, I simply lack the expertise. The process requires a far more competent hand than mine. So here I am at the last, asking for your help once more. Please, I need you to manufacture the additive that will perfect our perfect meal. I'm pretty sure I don't have any coconuts, so I might have to buy that. It's one of the Endwalker ingredients I don't have stocked. Ascorbic acid. Oh wait, I have some. Do I have enough? Because that's a lot of coconuts. Okay, I do have enough. That's sick. I didn't think I had any coconuts. So that sap is in a woo. I have the seeds. I'm surprised I have coconuts. I'm just mind blown. Coconuts. Yeah, I've never crafted it before. That's crazy. Oh, this is one of those tight recipes. Surprised I haven't done the thing where I accidentally craft too much of one recipe tonight so far. That's actually pretty absurd for me. I usually always accidentally craft like too much of one recipe. Pretty happy about that. Prize no excellence. All our Mervyn bread needs is a viable ascorbic additive. I may have failed in that endeavor, but I have faith that you will succeed. Oh my gosh, I need to empty my scripts again. Actually, I think I need more craftsmanship. Incredible. practically glowing with goodness. With this added to our creation, I have every confidence that the bread will pass any tests they care to subject it to. With your additive, well, added to the mix, I put a batch of Mervyn bread into the oven to bake. It should be ready any moment now. This is it. The final fluffy result of much trial and error. It looks so familiar. I'll have a bite. And how does it taste? As amazing as it looks. Like streams of flavor bending into a single river. I'm picking the first one. As amazing as it looks. Wonderful. And the texture? It's like natural law has been suspended to create this one moment of unparalleled, puffy, crusted bliss. Fantastic, and last but not least, what did you think of the aroma? It's like a siren scent of savory temptation, which no mortal stomach can resist. Exactly what I thought. All the disparate elements have come together so well. Flavor, texture, aroma, not to mention a perfect balance of nutrients. And I have you to thank for this delectable achievement. Yes, I believe this current incarnation of Mervyn bread has a good chance of swaying the forum in our favor. You are attending the evaluation, aren't you? In fact, I must insist upon it. You're now a consummate baker. Brimming with confidence. This is it, Fox. The forum is ready to begin the evaluation process. We've worked tirelessly on perfecting our submission, and I have every confidence that Mervyn bread will be the winning candidate. Come, let's make our way to the rostra, shall we? So far away. I know I said I was confident, but the thought of actually standing before the forum has my stomach all in knots. Courage, De Broy, courage! Esteemed colleagues, we have convened today to evaluate and select a suitable candidate for our proposed meal substitute. As previously discussed, this meal substitute will serve as an emergency provision, such as when our usual sources of food are restricted or otherwise unreliable. To be considered viable, a submission must satisfy our stipulated conditions, namely that it must be possible to prepare the meal using only the ingredients available in Labyrinthos, that it also provides all the nutrients necessary to sustain day-to-day survival. Tongue twisted. Our first of two candidates is the Paneloaf, submitted by Professor Galvarok, with whom I am sure you are all familiar. The second is Mervyn bread, submitted by one Miss De Broy, a student of the Faculty of Medicine. Members of the Council of Culinary Assurance will select one of these candidates following a thorough nutritional analysis and trial consumption of the samples provided. Our analysis has determined that both submissions meet the basic nutritional requirements to qualify as meal replacement. And as they share the same nutritional value, the only consideration left to judge upon them. And as they share the same nutritional value, the only consideration left to judge them upon is taste. Even being generous, it would be difficult to describe the flavor of Panaloaf as pleasing. Mervyn bread, on the other hand, is a culinary delight. On the grounds of this assessment, Mervyn bread is clearly the superior choice. I beg to differ. Yes, I admit that Panaloaf has little to offer in the way of gastronomic enjoyment. But have you considered the matter from the viewpoint of efficiency? Mervyn bread's flavor requires the addition of specific sweeteners and oils, not to mention a particular variety of yeast, an involved process which demands excessive time and exertion. The recipe for Panaloaf, however, was devised with simplicity in mind, allowing one to manufacture the same quantity of food with but a fraction of the effort. I implore you to reconsider your decision. After all, this is an emergency comestible we are discussing here, not some gourmet menu item. I don't know why I'm having such a hard time talking right now. It's like I'm thinking faster than I can talk. You raise a valid argument, Professor. We have indeed overlooked the question of efficiency. Should a situation arise that necessitates a supply of emergency rations, then ease of manufacture would certainly be a primary concern. In that respect, your Panaloaf holds a significant advantage. If I might offer an opinion, Master Flogustert, to what do we owe this unexpected pleasure? Curiosity, mostly. I may be retired, but all this talk of a perfect meal piqued my interest. Wait, I know you. And I know your delicious Mervyn bread. It is an unfortunate fact that fine food is oft regarded with contempt here in Charlayan. Many see the pursuit of gourmet cuisine as a trivial distraction, an inefficient use of one's precious time. Yet, when a tired researcher craves a refreshing cup of sweet tea, is it a question of simple desire, or is it the body's way of signaling the lack of a certain nutrient? And what of the comfort afforded by those inefficient tastes and flavors? Surely we have all experienced the calm and reassurance provided by a hearty dish. The same principle can be observed within the soothing familiarity of home-cooked favorites. Why, when my academic cogitations are frustrated by some tractable problem is for that very soothing effect that I visit my beloved last stand. As such, I submit that taste plays a far greater role in our well-being than simple enjoyment. Imagine, if you will, a prolonged crisis, and then tell me which of these foods you would prefer to consume day after day after day. Faced with a struggle to survive, which of these meals would best serve to bolster your mental and emotional fortitude? To be perfectly honest, the very thought of eating Panaloaf for more than a single day brings me to the edge of panic. Hardly a state one wishes to be in when dealing with a crisis. Yes, even when taking into account the additional effort required in its preparation, a satisfying meal is more like to contribute to a rational frame of mind, which in the long run may prove to be a more efficient benefit. Now that all interested parties have made their arguments, the time has come to put the matter to a vote. I don't disagree with his rationale, because they're literally, like, attributing it to the consistency of sewage. The results speak for themselves. Panaloaf, 1 vote. Mervyn Bread, 5 votes. Congratulations, Miss DeBroy. Your submission has been accepted as Charlane's official emergency meal replacement recipe. Professor, your research is still very much a part of... I was wondering what this is gonna keep going on because we still have another quest to do. Well, that was a near thing. At least until our last stand supporter chimed in. I never knew he was a former member of the forum. I'd say we can safely call this the end of the matter, although there is one last thing I would like to ask of you, Fox. Despite his rigid way of thinking, Professor Galvarok is not a bad person. Perhaps I can make him a nice meal to soften the blow of his loss. With a little expert help? I'll get my apron. I knew you couldn't refuse. You have a moment, come and meet me at the last stand. I'm gonna run an ad quickly while we do nothing. I'm gonna just wait here until the ad's done. I'll be right back. Wait, when did I get / determined? I don't remember getting these at all. I'm missing a bunch of eat emotes though. Oh my god, wait, I didn't know you can change your facial expression while doing these. I do enjoy Simper. Okay, that ad is just about to finish, so let's just go over there. If I didn't run that, I was just gonna run during a cutscene, and I do not want that at all. Now, as for the professor's meal, I thought we might make him a serving of fish cakes, one of our local specialties. According to Master Dickon, Mervyn and Galvarok used to eat them all the time during their student years. To prepare the fish cakes, you take a white fish and some onion, grind it all into a paste. Okay, she's gonna tell me the recipe. Oh, you don't need the entire recipe. But I would like to prepare the all-important fish paste. Or she would like me to prepare the all-important fish paste. The rest of the dish you can leave to me. Find yourself lackey. Okay, whatever. If I need extra ingredients, I just talk to Dickon. It's kind of funny how the final recipe or like craft in these recipes, it's like the easiest one, like the first step. It's like a victory lap. Perfect. This will be the ingredient which brings the whole dish together. Already sent the message to Professor Galvarok. Him to meet us here. Hopefully he hasn't eaten yet. Those look like the weirdest fish cakes I've ever seen. They look like patties. I guess it's like crab cake fish cakes. I'm thinking of like fish cakes you put in like noodles. Like soba. Or somen salad. Why did you send for me? To taunt me with your victory in the place which I care for the least? Of course not, sir. We only want to offer you this meal. As a gesture of goodwill. Please, eat. Enjoy. It actually must taste pretty good, though. It looks like a pretty hearty patty. Fish patty. That was good. They may be simple dishes, but Charlayan does have its own local specialties. The art of quality cuisine was never wholly absent from our culture, despite what people think. I would never argue the importance of nutrition, but I believe what Master Jalvaz says is true. Enjoyment of a meal tends to encourage digestion, and thus a more efficient intake of nutrients. When I first proposed the recipe for Archon Loaf, I did so with Mervyn in mind. He was always so focused on his research that he neglected his dietary needs, and I thought to devise a convenient, yet nutritious source of sustenance. He was taken from me before I had the chance to complete it. I was grief-stricken, angry at the loss of my friend, and his gourmet lifestyle became the target of my rage. Though it pains me to admit it, he was responsible for his own actions. It was wrong of me to lay the blame on the thing he loved most. Loved too much, it seems. And after considering the arguments laid out in the evaluation, I'm forced to recognize that taste is an integral part of my work. I shall begin research on a new perfect meal, one which will taste even better than your vaunted Mervyn bread. But Mervyn bread was never solely ours, Professor. It was your research and your panel loaf which provided the nutritional basis for our recipe. Fox and I simply improved the palatability while maintaining the balance which made it healthy in the first place. Mervyn bread is as much your creation as it is mine or Fox's, which is why I implore you to continue improving it. With your resources and expertise, there's no one better positioned to solve the recipe's lingering issues with inefficiency. In that case, I shall need an assistant. Together, you and I will test the boundaries of what is possible in the field of gourmet health cuisine. Speaking of fine foods, I do have one complaint about those fish cakes of yours. There were too few. I seem to recall the dish being much larger back when Mervyn and I used to eat them. Are there any more, perchance? I do believe that was the first time I've seen the professor smile. I'm glad our fish cake special had the desired effect. This is literally the plot of Ratatouille. But my work at both the studium and the last stand has just begun. I have an entire city to convince of the benefits of fine dining. Fortunately, it seems the professor is on our side now. We can expect the laboratory's research to expand into taste-related fields. Part of my ongoing mission, I will do my utmost to see that it succeeds. Ah, yes. This place is well suited to the study of flavor-based nutrition. We began our research into more efficient preparation methods immediately. I like how she's been cooking sausages for what feels like forever now. Here I thought my days of frantic baking were over. I'd better wash out my mixing bowl. Thank you for all your help, Fox. I could not have asked for a more perfect kitchen mate. Please do come and visit me from time to time, both at the studium and as a valued patron of the last stand. We are now a virtuoso baker. I like that story. I feel like everything's just better than the romance story. Saved the one I was looking forward to for last, because it's a Hrothgar, and he's very pink. I see a Lalafell. Dearie me, whatever am I to do? I dread to think how the professor would react if I returned without a... Oh, sorry, you startled me. I don't suppose you would happen to be a craftsman, would you? Brilliant. Please allow me to introduce myself. I am Boric, and I am under the employ of a professor at the studium. Professor Rurusha, to be precise. He works in the field of archaeology and is deeply invested in the restoration of relics. I've been tasked with finding someone capable of helping with her most recent project. Needless to say, I first asked her colleagues at the studium itself for their aid, but I was told in no uncertain terms that our so-called relic was mere refuse. Frankly, between the two of us, to my untrained eye, it appears to be little more than a shabby ornament or child's toy. The professor, meanwhile, is convinced that it is unique and of great value. And far be it for me to question her. Few archaeologists have had as much success as she, but I digress. Would you be willing to at least meet with the professor and hear more about our work? Let's look at that relic. So you are willing to meet her then? Excellent. Thank you so much. I forgot all Hrothgars have really heavy Eastern European accents. I'm not gonna do it though. I refuse. I'm too tired. She ought to be somewhere here in the studium. I don't imagine it will take too long to find her. I would have thought she would have been in this room. Oh, they're all the way down there. He looks like he's in fear. Why, hello there. Terribly sorry, but I'm rather busy at the moment. Can it wait until later? Perhaps you wouldn't be quite so busy if you weren't wasting time on what is clearly little more than rubbish. You do realize there are limits to our fundings and facilities, don't you? The faculty cannot afford to waste time on projects that show little to no merit. What is going on with their face? Just an older Lalafell? Honestly, I think you're overreacting, Professor. I have a very good feeling about this relic, you know. Feeling? Feeling? I was not aware we had decided to rely on feelings over common sense now. If I were you two, I'd spend my time on anything other than helping this crazed crone with her work. Sorry about that. You must be wondering what you've walked into. Seems Professor Namono is having a rather bad day. Wait a minute. You wouldn't happen to be an artisan, would you? He is indeed, Professor. What's more, he's kindly agreed to hear about our work, which is why I brought her... Come to think of it, I don't think I ever asked for your name. Well, Fox, thank you for coming all this way to talk to an excitable old lady. I am Rurusha, a humble professor of archaeology. Doubtless heard from Boric that we are attempting to restore a relic of sorts. Suppose it then falls upon me to explain our situation in a little more detail. But let us first make our way to the workshop. It will be much easier to explain things to you there. The work that presently occupies my time is the restoration of this peculiar, Piscine-faced relic. Design called to me the stories of Saint Diada, which is why I've taken to calling it the Golden Diada in her honor. It was brought to us by one of our gleaners. From what I understand, the excavation whence they found it was an independent venture, considering its otherwise lackluster appearance. Those of a similar mind to Professor Namono have been quick to write it off as rubbish. However, I believe it to be a type of mammoth. It looks cute. I do not wish to sound impudent, Professor. Do you truly think that thing could be a mammoth? To my eyes, it looks like an ornament designed to resemble a bird or a fish. Next, you'll be saying it can take to the skies like an airship. For all we know, it might as well do that. And yes, I'm quite certain the Golden Diada is a mammoth. Doesn't look much like your standard Uldan mammoth, I'll grant you that, but its innards are no less complex. We just need to get it fixed and it's bound to start moving. I know it. What's more, I've got a special feeling about this one. Something tells me it possesses special abilities. Ah, another one of your special feelings. Wonderful. In any case, this is where I need your help, Fox. The relic might not seem in a bad state from its outer appearance, but its insides are a mess. There appears to be little that can be salvaged, so it will be your duty to create replica parts that match all the broken ones housed within. I would be forever grateful to you should you decide to help us. I'm just champing at the bit to find out what secrets lurk within this little old thing. Wonderful. I knew I could count on you the moment you arrived. You've made an old woman very happy, Fox. Now let's get down to business. I'd like you to begin by working on its exterior. I see no signs of erosion. Something, possibly one of the dislodged parts, done considerable damage to its insides. But it won't do to work on the interior and its complex parts without first ensuring the shell housing them is sound. That said, I've no doubt you'll need to prepare a few things before you get to work. Let me know when you feel ready to get started. Overly enthusiastic Hrothgar friend. Hello again, Fox. Are you ready to begin? Wonderful to hear. I'd like you to start by crafting gold plating. You needn't worry about fitting it to the relic, though. I will handle that. That was a really fast dialogue. So, 6 pieces of gold plating, huh? Oh, this sucks. Wait, how many of these do I have? None? Okay, 80. For dimethrite, mithrite. For dimethrite. For dimethrite. What was the last thing I needed? Deep gold nuggets. Surely the shop over here sells copper ore. I hate it. Great. Guess I'll be right back. I'm gonna run an ad while we do this. Be right back. Preemptively buying this. Just in case. Got our copper. True gold sand. My retainer's out. Oh, wait. Oh, I need a lot more deep gold nuggets. Wow, this needs a lot of true gold sand. It's probably going to need a lot of sand in general. Pretty wild. I should empty out my white scripts while we're just not doing anything right now. Oh, this is gonna be a nightmare. Pray let me know when you've made the plating. Great work. I can see you're a fine craftsman indeed. Thank the gods for sending you our way. Truly splendid work. Our little friend is looking much better already. Oh, it feels like watching my own child growing up. That you are here to help means more than you know. I'm glad to see you in such high spirits, Professor. Truly I am. But is it really wise for us to use the entirety of our remaining budget on this project? Oh, Boric. Lighten up. Have I ever steered you wrong in the past? Well, I suppose not. Even so, you must forgive me if I feel uneasy seeing our coffers so thoroughly emptied. Better that the money is used than left to gather dust, I say. While I do agree that being miserly serves little purpose, the opposite extreme may not be the best approach. Well, there's no need for you to fret, Fox. I have set aside more than enough scripts to see you duly compensated for your efforts. But enough talk of boring old financial matters. I believe it is time for us to start work on our little friend's insides. However, know that this will be an altogether more difficult process than reinforcing its exterior. Let me know when you feel up to the task. Rookie Relic Restorer. Why, hello there. Oh, thank the gods you're here. I was so worried you might not return that I couldn't focus on my work. Honestly, Bork, show a little faith. Fox doesn't strike me as someone who'd go back on his word. My apologies. I didn't mean anything by it. It's just we've been turned down by so many others. As you've probably worked out by now, Bork has a penchant to worry far more than he has any right to. Please don't take anything he says too seriously. But that's enough of that for now. Time we got back to discussing our little friend's woes. This time I would ask you to craft minuscule cogs made of gold. While examining the insides of the relic, I discovered that it was missing some, which seems to have caused all the damage we've observed. Whatever you make will need to be tough as a coral. Are you up to the task? Leave it to me. Oh, it's great to know I can always count on you, Fox. Best of luck. What am I working on in the insides? Minuscule cogs made of gold. That's goldsmithing for sure. How many mats is this gonna take? Oh boy. Wait, do I have any of these? I am glad I brought some tin ore with me here. Can't remember what the last ones were. 6 silver ore. 6 more gold ore. 48 true gold, that's what it was. Okay, that should be enough stuff. Thing. I mean, I did say it's all goldsmithing. I need 12... Oh, right, because you need 2 of each. This is the worst sound. It's literally the grinder. That's better. That's so much better. Oh, this is the one where I can skip manipulation. Double excellence. I actually don't know why I'm finishing all the crafts, like, past the green initial line. I don't think I actually gain anything out of it, but I have a very, big aversion to not maxing out my quality. I think it's from back in the reuse days. Piece reuse. Wow. I have every confidence your work will be immaculate. Indeed, I very much look forward to seeing what you can do. Solid work as always. Look at the detail too. It's obvious you stand head and shoulders above your peers. Cogs were a perfect fit. Now, I would be even happier if she decided to move for us. Bode and the Yada flinched ever so slightly. However, it soon returned to its former static state. Appears you still have work to do. Oh, well done, little one. We'll have you moving properly in no time. Don't worry. Well done. It merely flopped on the table like a dead fish. This is hardly cause for celebration. I'm growing increasingly worried that this will all come to nothing. Your reputation will end up in tatters. Oh, calm down, Bork. Lest you forget, the relic was found buried with the body of what appeared to be a mage. Possibly of some repute. Their tomb also contained a range of tools used by those highly skilled in the arcane arts. I'm positive that this mammoth possesses great power. Well, if we're discussing what it could be, I would say it could just as easily be a trinket or a charm they kept on their person. And let us not forget the shady stories we heard about the gleaner who sold it to you in the first place. Or are we meant to trust someone with a track record of peddling counterfeit wares? Boric, how many times have I told you not to hold others' past against them? Everyone is capable of change, and I for one remain convinced that this relic is worthy of study. It is true that a gleaner's livelihood depends on their ability to discern what is a forgery and what is a genuine article, but no one is without error, not even me. If our little friend here does turn out to be a fake, it simply means I've made one such error. Nothing more, nothing less. Although I don't believe for a moment that I have done so. After all, who will believe in me if I don't believe in myself? That's not to say I think myself infallible, mind you. Putting that aside for the moment, I shall examine our friend here and see if I can determine what problems yet remain. When next you have time to spare, Fox, pray seek us out, and we will set about making further repairs. I like how this is basically just Grandma and her anxious cat. Reasonable relic restore. Fox, lovely to see you again. I do hope you've been looking after yourself. More than one occasion, my students have fallen ill due to neglecting their health, you know. I wouldn't want you to go the same way. Goodness, listen to me prattling on like some worried old mother. Well, I may not be your mother, but the rest still stands. I am old, and I do worry about you. But never mind me. You're obviously in good health and spirits both. Now, while you were away, I took a closer look at the Golden Diada to determine what other parts may be faulty. The problem, it seems, is either the mammoth's core or the mechanism controlling motor function. I've examined the core. It appears to be made from exceedingly rare minerals. I could find no gleaners willing or able to procure them, but I did manage to strike a deal with the merchant in the harbor. It will take some time for the materials to be delivered, however. Till they arrive, I propose we start with another rather important piece of our mammoth puzzle. Your task is to craft the motor components required to support proper movement. This is all goldsmithing. This is far more complex than anything we have asked you thus far. I sincerely hope nothing goes wrong. There's been so much to worry over of late. Fear there's insufficient time in the day to consider it all. The thought of overlooked troubles keeps me from sleep. Before I realize it, another day rises with a new set of problems. Goodness, Boric, that won't do at all. I suppose that's one more reason for you to do your best with this. I'm sure that would put Boric's mind at ease. Okay, I was joking about this being Grandma and her anxious cat, but I think it really is just Grandma and her anxious cat. Gold motor. Oh. It's not that bad compared to the other stuff. $60 bismuth, 30 frigian. What? What is that? Cutting the carrot's genius. Oh, I see. I didn't realize I didn't make that many Endwalker things on goldsmithing. Cannot believe it's almost 5 in the morning. I've been doing studium quests for 7 hours now. I have a dentist appointment in the morning. I guess I'm just not sleeping. Let me know when you have finished. I feel poor Boric will struggle to sleep until the matters of this relic is resolved. Thank you. Fine work as always. This should fit our little friend perfectly. Looking a lot better with that new part in place. Still no replacement for her core, but let us see if she is at least capable of rudimentary functions. The golden Diada moves a little more than before. We suspect it will be good as new once you replace its core. We're making progress. It may be slow, but we're definitely heading in the right direction. All that remains is to fashion a new core. thought I told you to cease this ridiculous work of yours. I think the studium's resources are being wasted on such nonsense, while my efforts to decipher ancient languages go largely ignored. You there, clumsy assistant. How have you not yet convinced her to stop this blunder of a project? You should understand better than anyone her colleagues' misgivings for this outlandish behavior. Well, I concede, I do not share the professor's optimism for the potential of that thing, but so long as I am her assistant, I will continue to support her in whatever way I can. Word has it, P. Aliapo thinks rather highly of you. For her to sing such praises, you must be an artisan of remarkable skill. Yet, for all your talent, it seems you still have much to learn about what work you should and shouldn't accept. Your gifts will go to waste if you keep humoring this old bag. Say what you want, but I think this is a job worth doing. Honestly, what a merry bunch of fools you all are. Do not think you can continue wasting studium resources forever. Is it just me? Or did he seem to be in a rather good mood today? Well, hopefully that wasn't too distressing for you, Fox. Simply need to keep at it. I'm certain our mammoth friend will stir to life as soon as we get her a new core. As always, your help will be indispensable. We're now a rather good relic restorer. Welcome back, Fox. So wonderful to see you again. Just received word our delivery of core materials has come into port. Bork was just leaving to go and fetch them, but now that you're here, might I ask you to accompany him? I would be certain of the quality of these goods, and I trust your discerning artisan's eye. Fantastic. Well, hurry along, you two. Let's be on our way then. Merchant said she would be waiting for us at Scholar's Harbor. I'm too lazy to walk to the Aetherite, so we're going to teleport to the Aetherite. Hello, hello. How are you on this fine day? You're both from the studium, yes? Why, yes, we are actually. We've been sent by Professor Rarusha for... Ah, so you'd be here for the minerals then. Have a gander at 'em, and let me know if they meet your approval. Well, they seem to be what we asked for. Any thoughts, Fox? Oh, that's great to hear. What a relief. Pleasure doing business with you. You have the tome I recently ordered for the studium. The order was placed under Namono Tayamono. Ah, Professor Namono. Always a pleasure. Of course I do. Here it is. I hope it's to your liking. Yes, this is indeed what I requested you acquire. I must say, its contents appear to be somewhat lacking. Dearie me, do you wish to return it then? No, you did your job and deserve to be compensated accordingly. Thank you kindly. If there's nothing else, I'll be on my way. Here, perhaps with this, you'll learn something about what constitutes worthwhile research. If it piques your interest, then feel free to visit me in my office. I would gladly welcome someone as determined to you to join my staff. We could do with another pair of hands. Compendium of Linguistic Research. I fear its contents are beyond me. Archaeology has always been my preferred field of study. However, my marks in school often left much to be desired. To even call me a second-rate researcher would be flattery. But that mattered little to Professor Urusha. She took me under her wing in spite of my shortcomings. My performance greatly improved thanks to her tutelage. So much so, I was offered a position working at St. Coinarch's Find for graduation, but I couldn't accept it. I owe a great debt to the professor for all she has done for me. So long as she has need, I will remain at her side. Alas, I don't feel like I've been much help to her of late. Perhaps it would be for the best if I took on a few odd jobs for Professor Nemono. At least then I would be contributing to the field in some way, however insignificant it may be. Only you can decide how you live your life. You are right. This is not a decision to be made lightly. Apologies for my jabbering. You did not come all this way to hear my lamentations. Come, let us return to the professor. There's a ad that's gonna play no matter what, so I'm gonna just play it now while we're just running over there. I'll be right back. Well, 20 seconds left on the ad. Okay, we should be back. Welcome back, you two. Everything went well, I take it. Good to hear. Thanks again for lending us that discerning eye of yours. I say, Bork, what is that tome you have there? Oh, this? Well, we happened to run into Professor Nemono when we met the merchant, and the tome he ordered seemed to underwhelm him, so he shoved it into my hands. He, also asked if I might consider working for him. Look at you, getting scouted by other professors. You're coming up in the world, Bork. Alas, he only wanted me to help out with odd jobs. I could never hope to aid anyone in deciphering ancient languages, as you well know. I do wish he wouldn't put himself down like this. He contributes more than his fair share to my work, at the very least. But let us set that aside for now. The time has come for you to get to work on the core. You should need of additional materials Bork will provide. We're so close. Let me know once you've finished making the core. Well, that was nerve-wracking work, but I've successfully replaced the old core with your new one. Now we need but pray that it works. For the briefest of moments, the golden Diata took flight. Unfortunately, it immediately falls to the table. A rattling sound can now be heard coming from within. Well, what do you know? It really can fly like an airship. I can hardly believe my eyes. Are you certain it is not Allegan in origin? I can think of no other ancient civilization capable of fashioning such a mammoth. Strange, though, that it continues to function poorly despite replacing all its parts. Which leaves us with what is now essentially a prohibitively expensive ornament. I'll grant you our results thus far are somewhat less than satisfactory. This is not cause for panic. Archaeology is at its most interesting when you come up against a hurdle like this. Don't you just love being challenged to solve a good mystery? Well, only time will tell if the Golden Diata, truly a mammoth, or simply someone's old plaything. But I could never forgive myself were I to move on to another project without first uncovering all our little friend's secrets. Just think back to the state we found it in, and yet it's now capable of flight, for goodness sake. We've made incredible progress. That said, the rattling noise just now does have me worried. Perhaps I made a mistake somewhere when inserting the new parts. We'll need to dismantle it once more and see if we can't deduce what went wrong. Till then, I bid you get some rest. I will let you know the very moment we have finished. Oh, sorry. Didn't see you there. I was just mulling something over. I dismantled the Golden Diata after you left, and even tried oiling all its parts with lubricants, graciously lent to me by the faculty of alchemy, but after reassembling it, nothing has changed. That said, I did make one new discovery. Found a small part within its mouth. Seems to be an artificial voice box of sorts. That this piece should have anything to do with it malfunctioning is highly unlikely, but it is damaged. But it may be worth replacing. What do you think? Might help if we could communicate with it. Wait, you think the Golden Diata may be capable of speech? Ha! A novel idea indeed. While she is capable of flight, it would not surprise me if she could talk as well. Perhaps then we could ask what ails her. Did I trouble you to make a gold mechanical voice box for our friend? Imagine what interesting things she might share with us. Oh gosh, Star Quartz. Yeah, I'm going to need 9 chondrite. Should just take a picture of this. I think I'm going to just run an ad while we're doing this so that we don't have to do it later. So I'll be right back. I feel like a zombie. A mechanical voice box mate. Just the thing we need to learn more about our little friend here. Just imagine what she may have to tell us. Oh, thank you. Exquisite as always. We'll have her talking in no time with a voice box like this. Alright, let's see if she speaks. What is that? The Golden Diada says something. However, you haven't the foggiest idea what it's trying to tell you. She speaks. I knew it. Did I truly hear that just now? Oh, Professor, this could be the discovery of a lifetime. That said, well, it definitely made a noise. It sounded more like a song than speech to me. Still wasting time on your little pet, I see. Ah, Professor Nemono. Perfect timing. If you could spare a moment, we have need of your keen insight. I beg your pardon. Did I do something to suggest I wish to waste my time alongside you? Don't tell me you've actually made progress. All thanks to Fox, yes. In fact, our recent discovery falls within your realm of expertise. Well, I say discovery, but it is more of a clue that may lead to one. A clue? Oh, well, that's very impressive given all the time you've already wasted on this lark. Honestly, are you even listening to yourself? Regardless, I did not come here to discuss your latest failings as a researcher. Allow me to be brief. In light of your wasting of research funding, I've asked the studium to consider if your continued employment is of worth to anyone here aside from yourself. Look at how stressed your assistant is. Fret not, Bork. I promise to look after you once Professor Rurusha is removed from her position. Of course, in return, I expect you to sign my petition to proceed with this inquiry. Well, that didn't go to plan, did it? Considering the linguistic nature of our problem, I was hoping Professor Nemono would be willing to assist us. If only I had spoken up sooner. Perhaps it would not have come to this. Forgive me, Professor, but the day has given me much to consider. You'll excuse me. I never realized he was under such stress. Is it wise to leave him alone? There are certain matters we must work out for ourselves. I have faith he will make the right decision for himself, whatever that may be. But come, he would not wish for our work to remain at halt on his return. We must consider our next course of action. We are now a top drawer relic restorer. Ah, Fox. Fortuitous timing as ever. As you can see, Bork has yet to return to the workshop. To be honest, it has been somewhat lonely here without him. For a mercy, I've managed to make progress with the Golden Diada, by way of a rather curious discovery. Initially, I thought to leave her be, fearful of damaging the parts you've labored so hard to provide, then curiosity got the better of me. I dismantled her yet again, but this time I discovered a black stone inside a connector of some sort coiled all about it. Any ideas what it might be? Is that an Allegan tombstone? Ah, an Allegan tombstone, you say? It doesn't have the customary patterns of a tombstone. Texture is certainly similar. Based on where we found her, I very much doubt our friend there was created in the 3rd astral era. No, the 5th astral era is much more likely. Perhaps even the beginning of the 6th. It is entirely possible the people of that age, after unearthing Allegan relics, repurposed the technology, or perhaps they merely drew inspirations from Allegan designs in their work. If this was meant to store records, which I believe it does, I would have expected it to serve as her core, much like the mammoths of Ul'dah. However, the Golden Dyada's core has an altogether different function, which is why I suspect the stone, whatever knowledge is stored within, meant to supplement the core, the connector I found wrapped around it. Tell me, little one, just what secrets are you hiding? Fox, would you be able to fashion a new connector for her? The one I found attached to the stone is clearly not working as intended. Honestly, what would I do without you? Let's not waste any time then. We must finish our work before Professor Nemona convinces the studium to hold that inquiry. This may very well be the last request I ask of you, so please, any materials you require, but ask and I will see to the rest. Pray make that gold connector as quickly as possible. Excellent, the connector is in place. Now we need but insert the stone and see how she responds. Professor Rurusha! Auric! So good to see you. You're come to apologize. Don't. You're here now, and that's all that matters. No, that's not it. I mean, yes, I am sorry for being away for so long, but... I came to apologize, Professor. I signed the petition for your inquiry. Your research is leading you nowhere, Professor, and I thought it better you resign than tarnish your legacy with this final project. So I signed the petition, and now Professor Nemona has the signatures he needs to submit his petition. It was only after I signed that I realized my mistake. If that relic yet holds secrets of a bygone era, it is our duty to find them. And now we may never have that chance. I take it you have heard the good news. Professor Nemona, the faculty are ready to hold their inquiry, Professor. Suggest you make your way to Learner's Meet, lest you miss the ending of your own career. You two may as well come along too. The more the merrier, as they say. Always in a hurry, that one. You really must learn how to relax. Auric, would you be a dear and do me a favor? I want to finish fitting this part to the Golden Dayada. Once finished, I'm positive we will learn all we need to know. But I need you to delay the inquiry, if only for a short time. No need to worry. I suspect it won't be long before the old girl stirs to life this time. Go ahead with Boric and wait for me at Learner's Meet. What's this? Only the two of you? You're not going to tell me that the great Professor Rurusha took the coward's way out and fled, are you? Oh no, her legs simply won't move as fast as they used to. Would you care for a cup of tea while we wait? Better yet, we could pay a visit to the last stand. Boric, we are far past the time for guilt and regret. Would you not agree? But you needn't fret. I'll be sure to look after you, so please, there's no need to delay the inevitable. At any rate, all necessary parties to this inquiry will be here soon enough. Professor Rurusha's absence merely proves that she has no intention of defending herself. Now let us make way into the auditorium. Allow me to preface this hearing by stating that I have the utmost respect for you, the fellow academic, Professor Rurusha. However, given the support behind this recent petition, we have no choice but to consider the matter of your continued tenure here at the studium. You stand accused of squandering studium funds on the restoration of a relic of questionable origin. She has refused time and time again to heed my request to cease her activities. She is convinced that the relic in question is some sort of mammoth, but I have not witnessed it move even in Ilm. What's more, the gleaner that found this so-called relic has a history of delivering counterfeits in the past. Isn't that right, Boric? Come now, Professor Namono, nobody's perfect, and for the 100th time, that mammoth is something special. You just need to be patient with her. Come on, little one. Show them. Am I seeing things? This proves nothing. How do we know you didn't ask this helper of yours to contrive a means for it to move on its own? Well, I suppose it falls on me to confirm as much. Tell me, did you do as Professor Namono suggests? Only made the parts required to restore it. Speaks the truth. Naturally, someone of his ability could doubtless make modifications to allow rudimentary movement, but I don't think even the best in his field could achieve this. Why, isn't that the tome I received from Professor Namono? As you may recall, the Golden Dayada produced strange noises some time ago in our workshop. It's only until recently I realized those noises were syllables. They match those comprising the language found in this book. Now, my dear, would you kindly read an excerpt from the book? And please be certain to translate it into a language we can all understand. The serpent that sleeps on the deep slowly sheds its skin of old. So it's a pabblefish. I recognize that passage. It has something to do with magics that control the life stream. At least I would wager that's what the serpent represents. It aligns with everything my research has uncovered thus far. Then this relic is... Ancient translation device, yes. Here I was convinced that Professor Arusha had all but lost her critical faculties. Yet clearly, it was I that was entirely in the wrong. I have been too quick to belittle the work of others, thinking only of what immediately benefit they may have... Wait. Yet clearly, it was I that was entirely in the wrong. I've been too quick to belittle the work of others, thinking only of what immediate benefit they might have to mine. A researcher should be inquisitive and reflective, but I've only been selfish and overly prideful. Please allow me to extend my sincerest apologies. If anyone should be removed from their post, it is I. Oh, stop. You needn't be so dramatic. Not for your passion for linguistics. I would never have discovered the importance of this relic. Well, it would seem there is no further need for these proceedings. I may make a suggestion. Would you two consider working together? It is clear to me, at least, that such an arrangement would be mutually beneficial. What a fantastic idea! I would love nothing more than to work alongside Professor Namono. Pray allow me to thank you for helping Professor Arusha with her research. Were it not for your intervention, I fear we may have committed a grave error and silenced a perfectly capable researcher along with her work. All's well that ends well, huh? Let's head back to the Maker's Meet. I need to thank you properly for everything you've done. Thought I was acting in your best interest, but, well... Professor, I'm more sorry than you'll ever know. Would you ever consider allowing me to work as your assistant once more? I'll give you all the time you would need to decide. Listen, Bork, you don't need to apologize to me because nothing's changed between us. You never stopped being my assistant. And please, do yourself a favor and stop being so hard on yourself all the time. I couldn't ask for a better colleague. Though I suppose there is one thing you could do with learning. Patience. Our work often takes time to bear results, after all. Now, are you ready to get back to work? Oh, Professor. Ha, what a nice surprise. Are you here to ask for our little friend's help? Something like that, yes. The book I gave your assistant was merely an abridged compilation of works on ancient languages. What I have now are complete inscriptions of the text I am presently studying. I simply must know what is written here. I spent far too long toiling away to decipher their contents to no avail. I'm all too familiar with that feeling. I suppose all researchers are spurred by that thirst for answers. Perhaps said answers will even help with these recent anomalies in the life stream. Here's some of the other professors in the studium would love to hear your findings. Well, you two have certainly reconciled your differences quite quickly. With that, I could relinquish my worries so easily. Thank you once again, Fox. If you hadn't stuck around to help as long as you did, I might have lost an irreplaceable assistant and countless colleagues. That's to say nothing of the huge academic leap forward we're about to make thanks to all your hard work. A gift I hope to repay with hard work of my own. When next you visit, I'll be sure to have a number of fascinating discoveries to share with you. Excuse me. I hope you're prepared, Boric. You have 2 professors to attend to now, so no more moping, alright? Oh, I'm quite sure he'll have no time for that, as I no longer have the resources required to hire additional help. You're my one and only assistant now, Boric, so do try to keep your wits about you. Oh dear, what have I gotten myself into now? Well, at least the subject matter is interesting. We're now a masterful relic restorer. Oh my gosh, we got through all the studium stuff in one stream. Well, I guess we still have this quest, but still, you know, that was a lot of work. Ah, Fox, just who I was looking for. I wish to thank you for helping the students and staff from the various faculties. Your work has become the talk of the studium. You've made a real difference. Actually, while you're here, there's a pressing matter I wish to discuss. Having heard the many glowing accounts of your work, another official of the studium has requested an audience. Would you be able to spare time to speak with him? Wonderful, then let us head to the Learner's Meet. We should arrive any moment now. Let's take a seat. My apologies for keeping you waiting. Before we proceed, I wish to extend my sincerest thanks on behalf of the studium for all you have done to aid our faculty and students. By the sounds of it, they have made remarkable findings, one and all. That is why I would hold an assembly that we might discuss the overarching impact of their research. Such gatherings are how academia evolves and advances, shared knowledge of our works, be they successes or failures, that all may strive to improve. Here's the Mama Shiva earrings. Precisely. Knowledge begets knowledge. Amassing and combining findings from a host of fields often leads to the creation of entirely new disciplines. One of the very reasons for which the studium was founded is it's a forum. Which brings me to the reason why I asked you here. Might I prevail upon you to speak with the faculty and invite them to this meeting? It would be my pleasure. Excellent. I can think of no one better suited to the task. You were, after all, a key factor in all their successes. Splendid. You have my thanks. Well, that's that then. And you needn't rush to deliver these invitations. Hurry speak with the faculty and students in your own time. When you finish, return here and I will see to readying a chamber for the meeting. I guess we have to talk to all 8 jobs. Well, I guess some of them are combined. So 5 of them. Fox, it's so good to see you. Lest you wonder, Professor Tenkin and I are doing quite well. To what do we owe the pleasure of your visit? That's so. I suppose the professor and I could share what we've learned from the various cultures we emulated. Come to think of it, we've yet to share the news of our union either. The proposal was so sudden, we scarcely had time to invite any of the faculty, let alone hold a reception. All the more reason we should attend. We will be there, absolutely. Professor Tenkin should be most glad to hear about this. My, what a surprise. Don't tell me. You've come with a souvenir from some far-flung land? Oh ho! First I'm promoted to tenured professor, and this momentous opportunity presents itself to me. Of course I shall attend. Were it not for you, I never would have proven my theory. I would be a fool to overlook a chance to present my findings. Yes, a bold first step in honoring Professor Nell's legacy. Well, well, look who it is. To what do I owe the pleasure? Oh, that sounds lovely. At long last, your research will receive the recognition it deserves. Oh, Professor! Oh, Boric, stop. I understand how you feel, but this is no time for tears. Professor Nemona will wish to attend as well, like as not. I'll have a word with him and see if we can't prepare a suitable compilation of our works. Ox, what a pleasant surprise. Would you care for a quick meal at the last stand to commemorate our reunion? Well, that sounds wonderful. It would be an honor to attend. I may never have a better opportunity to inform my peers of the benefits of fine dining. Perhaps I will invite Professor Galvarok and a few employees from the last stand to prepare samples of Mervyn bread for those in attendance. In any case, there's much I must do to prepare. Until then, Fox. These two were definitely my favorite of the 5 studium quests. Ah, Fox, I must admit, I did not expect to see you here again. I see. I've certainly heard of such events, though I never dared dream a student such as myself would be invited to one. Don't tell me you're getting cold feet already. The Jude I know would relish such a challenge. Perhaps you're right, Jaromir. It would be the perfect opportunity to demonstrate what a boon the Starlands could be to the academic community. Alright then, Jaromir and I will set to work preparing a presentation at once. I do feel like the Shadowbringers crystalline theme like better in stories than this, but these weren't bad except for that one. But that one's just humor. Welcome back. Well, what did they say? Of course they're all coming. Very good. They have all worked so very hard. It is heartening to see their efforts will be rewarded. Assembly will be held at Aporia in Labyrinthos. No doubt they would all be glad for your attendance, so please do stop by if you have time. Oh, before I forget, Galark requested you to be treated to a meal at the last stand as thanks for your help. There's still time before they're set to begin. Would you care to go now? The last stand, then. It's kind of hard to compete with the Shadowbringers, Crystarium quest lines. There's literally, like, a quest about the Loch Ness Monster, right? How are you gonna compete with that? I hope you don't mind, but I've already ordered for the both of us. The meal was meant for you to be for you alone. I'm sure the Scholark will forgive me for partaking of his generosity. It's true. My sister has the diet of a savage. Not but rock-hard bread and wildflowers day in and day out. Chloe is crazy. Forgive the interruptions, but have we met? I swear you're the spitting image of one of those intrepid adventurers that visited the moon. Aha, I knew it. The name's Searching Way, by the way. Seeker of knowledge and all things curious. A loperet? Why, if you aren't the most adorable creature. Forgive me, but I cannot help but notice how wonderfully fuzzy your ears are. May I? Again with my ears? Honestly, what is it with you people and... Very well, you may rub my ears, but I must insist on something in exchange. Well, some of our finest academics will soon be gathering at Aporia. I've no doubt they have curious and otherwise intriguing things to talk about. I see. May I ask the reason for this meeting of minds? To see who the smartest in the studium? To share their research? Perhaps further explanation is in order. The greatest minds of Aetheris come together to share hitherfore unknown knowledge. That really does sound intriguing, and you'd allow me to observe this gathering? Would first need permission from Scholar Monty-Chain, but... What are we waiting for? Where's the Scholar in Monty-Chu? It's Scholar Monty-Chain, and please bear in mind, there's a chance he may refuse you. Still, I see no harm in asking. Would go to Learner's Meet. I will have him meet us there. Splendid. Let's hop to it then. Right. Well, I'd better go and... Hold on a moment. I never got to rub his ears. Oh, Ian Fox. What is it you wish to discuss? Searching Way here is very keen to attend the forthcoming meeting you've arranged with the faculty and students. I come to Aetheris in search of the curious and wondrous. This place is both in equal measure. What's more, it smells of... knowledge. I should certainly hope so. Carleon is known as the Great Sea of Knowledge. Seat of knowledge, and the studium is the foremost of its many academies. It is our honor and privilege to encourage the scholarly pursuit of students, faculty both, their shared insights giving rise to heretofore unseen disciplines and fields of study. That sounds absolutely fascinating. Oh please, sir, may I attend this academic meeting of yours? Haha, by all means, the more the merrier, I say. Thank you, Scholar Monty-Chain, and I will inform the relevant parties of his attendance and see to it he has clearance to enter Labyrinthos. Thank you, my dear. Clear Searching Way is a kindred spirit with a passion for learning. I could not very well deny him the opportunity to sate his curiosity. Thank you, sir. Thank you. I haven't much time until proceedings get underway. Let's get going, shall we? absolutely amazing. I've most certainly come to the right place. I like how they came to this in their wedding gown and suit. Guess the proceedings were to your liking. Oh, it was magnificent. There's so much we Loporits have yet to see of Aetheris. So much to learn. Earlier, you mentioned how they create new disciplines by sharing. Does this mean you plan to have all these people working together in the future? I do indeed. That's precisely why I suggested this meeting of minds in the first place. The exchange of knowledge and ideas will invariably lead to ever greater discoveries. How exactly do you plan to combine their fields? They seem entirely unrelated to me. Any thoughts? Given all you've seen, I imagine you must have an idea or two how to further advance their work. I want to say the great unknowns of the universe. I feel like the Sea of Stars is still too small for the amount of exploration they can do. Oh, you've touched on the very heart of learning, my friend. The desire to conquer the unknown is the first step to all great discoveries. I dare say there is no greater unknown than the great expanse. Well said, Scholar Chen. We too have been giving thought as to what our combined efforts might accomplish. It occurred to me that by applying Professor Plaka's research on etheric currents, the data obtained by my star lens, it may be possible to discover other stars capable of supporting life. I need to go slower. And we needn't stop there. Thanks to the work done here in Labyrinthos, we know travel to other stars is possible. With sufficient stores of Mervin bread, we could surely weather the journey, however long it may be. A marvelous idea. The Golden Yada should prove useful should we require the translation of foreign languages we may encounter there among the stars. If we can communicate with those that we encounter, then we would be able to share our cultures with them. We can leave that part to Professor Tankin and me. With you all working together, your chances of encountering heretofore undiscovered intelligent life are better than good, I'd say. But what would you say if you met them? I would rather say about hope rather than bringing median into this. Which is hope. That's it. Median was sent out to explore the stars and search for the meaning of life. Sadly, her fruitless quest led her to the very depths of despair. But you could do things differently. You could go and spread the word that hope yet lives on. Most admirable endeavor. Who better than we to see it through? After all, not even the final days could extinguish the flames of life on this star. That was brilliant. Part of me is glad it's finally over, though. Organizing everything was no mean feat. More importantly, I can't quite believe that your offhand suggestion has effectively created an entirely new academic field. But I suppose if anyone should be taken seriously on the subject of seeking out the unknown, then it is you. Rather exciting to think I might someday help in the exploration of the stars. At any rate, thank you for everything, Fox. Oh, but wait, we're his searching way. I still need to rub those adorable little ears of his. Is it a bird? Is it a fish? No, it's a translation device. It's a babblefish. Okay, I am, like, so exhausted. We just talked through the entire studium questline in 8.5 hours. Oh my gosh, that probably would have taken, like, 5 hours if I didn't read everything out loud. Alright, well, I'm done for now. I'm not sure if I'm going to be streaming later today. I'm really tired. And I have a dentist appointment in, like, 3 hours. So, thank you so much for watching. I might be back later, but probably not.